If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Thanks for being with us. A simple act of honesty from a postal worker in eastern Michigan has sparked a wave of kindness throughout the neighborhood. Josh O'Hara, who's worked for the U.S. Postal Service for nearly a decade, was on his regular delivery route last Thursday in St. Clair Shores, just northeast of Detroit, when he spotted a $10 bill lying in a homeowner's driveway. He immediately picked it up, suspecting it had fallen from someone's pocket. He told WXYZ television that he rang the doorbell to return the money, but when no one answered, he left a handwritten note along with the bill to ensure it wouldn't be overlooked. That homeowner, Sarah Hayduk, came home from work to find the surprise. The note and the returned cash made her day, and she couldn't wait to share the kind gesture with her neighbors. Inspired by O'Hara's good deed, Hayduk now plans to pay it forward, and she says her neighbors are on board too. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. First Mark Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Concerned tariffs will spark shipping slowdown.
In a matter of weeks, we could see empty shelves.
President marks 100 days.
You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in.
latest tool in deportations.
An assist from the Postal Service.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, a slowdown's been noted at many American ports as companies cut shipments from China because of the Trump tariffs. Here's CBS's Carter Evans.
The Port of Los Angeles is the busiest in the Western Hemisphere, but now it's preparing for a dramatic slowdown, according to Executive Director Gene Soroka.
In 2 weeks' time, Carter, we'll see a drop on our import side of the business by about a third.
With a 145% tariff, a container of Chinese goods worth $100,000 will now cost importers an extra $145,000.
Inventory on hand right now in the United States will last for about 6 to 8 weeks. After that, shelves will be bare. We won't be able to buy as much online.
At this point, even if the tariffs are reduced significantly,
it'll still take about 10 days to 2 weeks to get these ships back in line over in China. Then it's a 2-week trip here to L.A. So we're starting to cut it pretty close with respect to inventory in the U.S.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe says President Trump went to Michigan with some tariff relief for automakers.
Hello, Michigan. 100 days in, President Trump back in campaign mode, rallying his supporters in a battleground state.
In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years.
Recent CBS News polling shows immigration remains among the issues the president scores best on.
You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation.
President's milestone day came as consumer confidence plunged again in April amid concerns about his planned tariffs. But Trump came to Michigan with relief for automakers. They'll still face a 25% tariff on imported cars and parts, but not an additional tariff on other critical materials, including steel and aluminum. And in an interview, he defended his decision to impose 145% tariffs on China.
They were making from us $1 trillion a year. They were ripping us off.
The president speaking to ABC News. CBS News analysis of U.S. Treasury information finds that despite cuts orchestrated by Elon Musk's team, the government has spent $220 billion more during the first 100 days of the administration than over the same stretch last year. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
Nat Malkus is a senior fellow at the conservative-leaning American Enterprise Institute, and he's been tracking DOGE's cuts, which amount, he says, to less than 1% of the government's annual budget.
We see thousands of people being laid off, hundreds of contracts being canceled. How could it be that the savings is still so small?
A lot of government spending just isn't contracts, and it isn't salaries.
The CBS's Vicki Barker tells us a published report indicates the Postal Service is delivering for the Trump deportation effort.
The law enforcement arm of the Postal Service has begun cooperating with the Department of Homeland Security Task Force seeking and deporting undocumented immigrants. The Washington Post calls that a new departure for the post office and one that dramatically broadens the scope of President Trump's mass deportation campaign.
The Wisconsin Supreme Court has suspended a judge accused of helping a man evade immigration authorities. Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan, who was taken into custody last week, is now temporarily being relieved of her duties. At least 2 people were killed as violent weather with strong winds shook western Pennsylvania, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands. Here's Megan Shin of CBS News Pittsburgh.
Near Pittsburgh, large trees fell onto homes after wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour ripped across parts of western Pennsylvania.
We both ran in and we ran to the basement.
In nearby Beachview, the destructive storm swept the roofs off multiple stores and sent wooden beams, insulation material, and other debris flying into the middle of the street.
There's trees down everywhere.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes as long as it's coming from love. then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments today on what would be the nation's first religious taxpayer-funded charter school. Oklahoma's Supreme Court had ruled against its establishment. CBS's Jan Crawford.
This involves a school that was proposed and approved by Oklahoma's Charter School Board a couple years ago. That sparked lawsuits immediately before the school could even open its doors. It's a virtual school, but to start online learning. And the lawsuits claimed that it violated the Constitution's separation of church and state because, previously government funding could not go directly to religious institutions or religious schools.
Iraq has accused an alleged ISIS member of being linked to the deadly New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Officials in New Orleans, officials in Washington told us that there wasn't a direct link known. And the most senior officials with direct knowledge of that investigation were very clear. At this time, the information that has been gleaned indicates that he acted alone.
The Trump administration has dismissed 400 scientists who volunteer to write a top report on climate change.
Every 4 years, Congress mandates that a national climate assessment is published to help federal, state, local, and private entities prepare for climate risk. The 6th edition of the report is due in 2027, and scientists fear that President Trump will reassign new authors that align with the administration's ideological views on climate change and publish a false report. Tracy Wolf, CBS News.
And the Trump administration has removed Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, and other Biden nominees from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Council. Well, 50 years ago today, the fall of Saigon, the closing chapter of the long war in Vietnam.
For most of those who wanted to leave their country, this would be their last chance.
Karen Mai Mutue was a teenager when her nation's capital fell to the North Vietnamese and U.S. forces evacuated.
I remember being so afraid, seeing the flashing light of the exploding rockets.
In the dark of night, she rode on her father's scooter to a small wooden boat, which took her and 33 others to a refugee camp in Malaysia.
I'm very thankful for the America has been help us to live here and growing up here.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's something a little different about a new Starbucks in Texas.
The Starbucks drive-thru opening Friday in Brownsville is the coffee giant's first 3D printed outlet in all of its 17,000 locations. 3D printing has been used in residential construction, but rarely in commercial buildings. It involves a computer-controlled robotic arm that builds walls by pouring one layer of concrete on top of another. Starbucks hasn't said if more of its stores will be using the technology or if they're just making this a single shot. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
A runaway kangaroo shut down a stretch of an interstate in Alabama yesterday. The kangaroo was spotted along Interstate 85, just east of Montgomery. State troopers shut down both sides of the interstate and eventually captured the animal with the help of its owner. Video of the hopping kangaroo from stopped drivers is an internet hit. And that's the CBS World News Roundup for Wednesday, April 30th. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Seattle police are asking for help to find a dangerous homicide suspect. Ayu Muhammad, known as Ayu, is suspected of shooting and killing a 40-year-old man earlier this month. The crime happened at the Tuscany Apartments in the First Hill neighborhood on April 2nd. Officers found the victim dead in an apartment there. The 28-year-old suspect is described as 6'1" and 230 pounds with a heavy build. His photo is on mynorthwest.com. Seattle police say he could be armed and dangerous. If you see him, do not approach. Call 911 instead. A man is facing murder charges for allegedly being connected to a Tacoma homicide. It happened Sunday evening on East Q Street when police found a man and woman who had been shot. Both were taken to the hospital. The man died there. The woman is expected to be okay. Regional Animal Services of King County says 3 dogs were found under concerning circumstances near Auburn. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has details.
Instantly noticed, intense swelling around the muzzle, which is not normal for our injured strays.
That was an immediate red flag to Sergeant Rebecca Smokoska with Regional Animal Services. As they were looking into it as a cruelty case, they got another call the next day.
Very similar symptoms, the swelling of the face, the pressure necrosis indentations on the fur. And then a Good Samaritan found a 3rd puppy with the exact same indentations on its muzzle.
These 3 puppies, expected to be 4 to 5 month old coonhound mixes, were picked up in unincorporated Auburn on Monday and Tuesday.
We have photos of the dogs on mynorthwest.com. If you recognize these dogs or have information that could help identify their owner, please call Regional Animal Services. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown has joined a multi-state lawsuit challenging President Trump's move to dismantle AmeriCorps. The program provides volunteers with housing, meals, and education benefits, but its future is now uncertain. Trump issued an executive order back in February, and since then, AmeriCorps staff has been cut by about 85%. As Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell and Police Chief Sean Barnes celebrate an increase in the number of officers being hired, the police union is skeptical. So far this year, SPD has hired 60 new officers, and all of last year they only hired 84. Police Officer Guild President Mike Solon tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH the numbers are higher because the standards are lower.
How many of those applicants are going to pass background? How many of them will pass an academy? And how many of them will pass post-Balia, which is the department's inner academy, and then field training program, which, to this date, it's very difficult to find quality candidates.
KIRO News Radio has reached out to the Seattle Police for comment. Meantime, King County prosecutors released its shots fired report for the first quarter of 2025, and the numbers are very encouraging. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has a closer look.
13 people dead, 47 injured, and 278 shots fired in the first quarter of this year. That's a 41% decrease from the same period last year. King County Prosecuting Attorney Lisa Mannion says crime is down across the board, but youth gun violence is still a challenge.
Nearly 12% of shooting victims were age 17 or younger. The largest group of gun violence perpetrators are in the 18 to 24-year-old range. So definitely gun violence among young people is still a problem.
53% of all shots fired happened in the city of Seattle. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
And for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic right now, Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes. Puyallup to Renton about 17, Renton to Bellevue about 23 minutes, and Everett to Seattle about 27 minutes right now. And for your forecast, mostly cloudy skies this morning. It'll become partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's G. Scott joins us to talk about how, after a decade-long decline, solo driving to work in Seattle is once again on the rise, and it's having a major impact on traffic. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
With Choke Points, we try to answer listeners' questions. It can be as simple as a neighborhood stop sign, or it can be as big as the budget for transportation. I don't care. I'll find the answer for you. It's really easy to get a hold of me at mynorthwest.com. We have a direct link there that gets right to me. You can also do it in the app. You can hit me up on the text line.
Choke Points, presented by Carter Subaru. Tuesdays and Thursdays on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Before taking your next flight, you'll need to be prepared. Start off with a visit to RealIDWA.com.
New ID requirements for travel go into effect on May 7th, 2025.
There are multiple forms of ID you can use.
Whatever option you choose, make sure you have it with you before heading to the airport.
That way, you can travel stress-free.
Don't wait. Prepare today so we can fly together.
It's your final boarding call for Real ID.
Visit RealIDWA.com.
I am not famous. My hands are not enshrined in concrete on Hollywood's Walk of Fame. Paparazzi doesn't click my photo every time I leave the house. I am, however, a Club Red VIP. Amazing perks and discounts galore. So I always get star treatment at Red Wind Casino.
You're always VIP at Nisqually Redwood Casino.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott, glad to have you here.
What a nice surprise.
Seattle traffic is back, right?
Yeah.
And by the way,
Tacoma, too.
I feel a certain type of way coming on talking about this topic next to Sully, so I'm going to do my best. But one of the things that really stood out to me was that Seattle commuters and solo driving. Solo driving has jumped up 6% for the first time in a decade. Now, public transit has bumped up 3%. So obviously this change comes from as Amazon, companies like Amazon's a hot news today. But anyway, like Amazon right now, people are going back to work, and there's this new thing, right? So after the pandemic, during the pandemic, we started to have this whole work from home deal, and we started to refigure this out, and maybe we can work from home. Nope. I think we all want to get back in traffic again, and here's where we are. So I wanted to just talk about that. People are jumping back in their vehicles. 6% bump in solo driving.
It's not convenient for me to drive with someone else or to take a bus, anything like that. And there's no way I'd be able to do that.
You know, I agree 100%. It's the same for me. There's nobody to really drive. And by the way, I can drive you up, but I ain't got time to bring you back. That's my problem. We can go in the morning time, but I got to go when I got to go, and you might not have to go at the same time.
How are you going to fix it, G?
Oh.
How's somebody going to fix it? Anybody.
I got it. I got it. You ready? Leave earlier.
Yeah.
A lot of times y'all be frustrated and be upset with Sully talking about this is happening. You literally have to give yourself enough time. I don't understand my wife. I don't understand why you have to leave at that very I'm going to barely make it to work. And then you're running into work and things like that. And it takes you 30 to 45 minutes to decompress. Just leave 15 minutes earlier to save your life.
I think a lot of people who, especially if you work at a job, and it's hard to ignore people who are having to work shift work. They are expected to be at the factory, at the plant, doing whatever at a specific time. They leave at a specific time. And the drive home is what I think about, is that can just be completely miserable. I remember spending an hour and a half driving into work here on weekdays. And then slowly but surely, as the pandemic eased, I would be taking an hour and a half, 2 hours getting home. And there's no way around that.
No, there isn't. Look.
See, that's the beauty of getting up at 2 a.m. now.
Yeah. Look, Sully, Amanda, and Charlie, there's no way around that. However, I've been listening to Sully, the traffic guy, for a long time. And what would you rather have? Would you rather get to work? So let's just say you have to be to work at 8 a.m. Mm-hmm. Would you rather get there at 7:59? Or would you rather get there at 7:30? Just depends on how, I'm one of those people, I like to get into my job and just relax. Full disclosure, today, a little different because I had to do this early time because I have meetings upstairs at 8:45.
Khaki meetings?
Yeah, khaki meeting. But today, I actually rushed right into work. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite right now because I just did exactly what I said you should not do.
Sully, on YouTube right now, we're streaming live. People are making fun of us because you and I are wearing blue shirts.
I'll bet you G has something to say about the matchy twinsies.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, I noticed that. I was wondering what y'all were doing. Now,
we get a memo.
Yeah. I tell you what, I got $100. No, I'm not going to say it.
Nope.
Amanda doesn't want me to say it. No, I'm not going to say
it. I did buy this shirt at Costco.
Okay. But are you guys matching shirts and matching?
I doubt it because I'm wearing shorts. I don't care. Once we get our first 70-degree day, I'm wearing shorts the rest of the year.
You're going to talk about Charlie's underwear again, aren't you?
Amanda,
Gee.
get out of my head,
Gee,
Amanda.
You and I are like this.
Get out of my head.
Everybody's always talking about my draw.
I guarantee you we're not matching today.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies this morning. It will become partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, SR 529 in Snohomish County is about to see some serious detours and delays. Sully breaks that all down for us next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the
highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
With a procedure as new as stem cell therapy, it's natural to wonder, okay, if it worked on my shoulder, maybe it'll work on my knee, too.
The first one I had done was the rotator cuff.
And for Leslie, who's been a patient of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, the answer is absolutely.
Going up and down stairs was like, oh, I can't do this. So I went to see Dr. Wagner. He said, well, you have a torn meniscus. He says, I think the best way to fix this is stem cells. So I said, of course, because it worked on my shoulder so well. I thought, well, let's do my knee. Within a day, I was pain-free and walking again. I feel like my body is regenerating itself through my own stem cells.
Which is why it's called Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, because surgery is not involved.
Everybody down at Dr. Wagner's office couldn't have been nicer.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, or a shoulder and a hip and a knee, before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nia Hurd-Garris with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. As parents, we want our children to grow up healthy and strong. That means helping teens take responsibility for their health as they become young adults. One way to do that is to make sure they have one-on-one time with their pediatrician. That helps them become comfortable talking about any health issue with their doctors and with you. So make sure to give your teen a voice. It's good for their health. For more on teen health, visit healthychildren.org.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Jazz Alley welcomes the Joey Alexander Trio and special guest trumpeter Theo Croker. Live May 1st through May 4th, featuring Chris Funn on bass and Jonathan Barber on drums. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Steel walk behind, zero turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump marked the 100th day of his second term with a campaign-style rally in Michigan last night. CBS's Ed O'Keefe was there and says the president brought some welcome news to the Motor City.
President's milestone day came as consumer confidence plunged again in April amid concerns about his planned tariffs. But Trump came to Michigan with relief for automakers. They'll still face a 25% tariff on imported cars and parts, but not an additional tariff on other critical materials, including steel and aluminum.
President Trump, in an interview yesterday, pushed back on the idea that his tariffs are damaging the economy. Meantime, Washington state is in the national spotlight this week as President Trump vows to crack down on sanctuary cities and states that limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities. House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan tells the Jason Rand Show on KTH the Adams County Sheriff came to D.C. recently to speak out against that.
He just highlighted, what's going on in your state and the harassment that the local officials who want to work with federal law enforcement to keep the public safe.
The Trump administration has vowed to cut off federal funding from sanctuary cities. Governor Bob Ferguson says he won't allow that to happen. A fiery crash on northbound I-5 yesterday was loud enough to wake up the neighborhood near 84th Street in South Tacoma.
Really loud. A lot of people thought it was a thunder, some type of crash.
State troopers say a semi-truck driver slammed into the highway barrier and died as the truck caught fire. This witness tells KIRO 7 TV.
I look out the window and I immediately call 911 because I see a semi just on fire, completely on fire.
The crash shut down northbound I-5 at the scene for more than 8 hours. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and Seattle's Children announced they have expanded their long-standing partnership. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
The two organizations plan to enhance pediatric and mother-baby healthcare services across the Puget Sound region, according to KIRO 7. They've been collaborating for 15 years. Now they say by combining their resources with their network of care sites, they hope to bring advanced medical services closer to home for more patients at birth centers in King, Pierce, and Kitsap counties. And the goal is to minimize the separation of mothers and their newborns after delivery. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
In Redmond, a bird's eye view helped catch a domestic violence suspect. On April 15th, Redmond police used a drone to help track a suspect to a bus stop. When officers approached, the man took off.
You're under arrest right now. And he's running across the street.
The drone tracked the man into a wooded area at an apartment complex. Then the K-9 unit was called in to help.
Don't run. The dog's going to bite you. Stop now. You're going to get bit.
From there, officers took him into custody without any more struggle. Starbucks says it's filling orders faster. According to the Wall Street Journal, Starbucks says it's testing tech at a dozen locations, and it's shaving 2 minutes off the average wait time for a drink made inside cafes. Starbucks says 3/4 of orders at the test cafe's busiest times were completed in 4 minutes or less. Starbucks will expand the pilot to more locations as it looks to recapture lost sales. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle right now, about 24 minutes. And Tukwila to Bellevue, about 17, is what to Seattle, about 60 minutes right now. And for your forecast, mostly cloudy skies this morning. Will be partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Let's go!
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
This is a big deal for people who use 529. That's the connection between Marysville and Everett. It's a favorite backdoor for a lot of locals use that, but it doesn't have the capacity that I-5 does. But we're going to have 4 full weekend plus closures coming up in the month of May, starting with the first one this weekend. And I'll get into those details in a moment. But first, just a reminder what we got going on here. The Steamboat Slough Bridge, that's the last of the bridges on 529 before you get up to Marysville, is 98 years old. That's the northbound span. The southbound bridge, they built another one to take each direction of traffic, but that one's 70 years old. So they need some TLC. And to be honest, they actually need some work on the guts.
They've both been around a long time, and they both need to get this work done to make sure that they can continue to function.
That's the Washington Department of Transportation's Tom Pierce, who says unlike previous weekend closures that they have had up here over the last year and a half or so, these closures are going to last 4 days each, from Friday night through Tuesday night.
The work that our contractor is doing requires 4 days. They need to get into the bridge and do some mechanical work on the locking mechanism and make sure that everything else is working fine. And it just takes time to complete all that work.
You may not realize it as you go through there. I know I've been up there a bunch. I've never seen a boat go through the Steamboat Slough Bridge. These are 2 of the 3 spans that are still swing bridges that WashDOT takes care of. And maritime traffic relies on that corridor, even if you've never seen a boat there.
These bridges only open about 30 times a year, but federal law does require us to maintain them because if marine traffic wants to go through, marine traffic actually has the right of way in this area.
So the first of these 4-day closures begins at 11 p.m. Friday night. It'll be a closure of the northbound span. It will remain closed until about 11 p.m. on Tuesday. So again, 4 days, not just a weekend. Southbound will remain open these first 2 weekends. Northbound drivers still will be able to get down to Smith Island. So if you have work to do down there, you need to get to Dagmar's Landing, maybe you need to go to the Humane Society down there, you could still do that.
During the first 2 weekends, people will be able to go northbound onto Smith Island on SR 529. They'll have to take southbound to leave the island, though.
So you're going to have to turn around and go back the other direction. Now, the first 2 closures northbound this weekend, next weekend. The southbound closures are scheduled for the 3rd and 5th weekends of the month of May. There will be no work or closures over the Memorial Day holiday. About 19,000 vehicles use the Steamboat Slough Bridge every day. I-5 is the primary alternate, and this will have the capacity to really impact our drives and certainly through the commutes of both Monday and Tuesday, because these last 2 days longer than normal.
Yeah, so just a heads up, if you're driving on I-5, that could be the reason for slowdowns.
Yes, no, definitely, as you're out recreating, because we still have the construction zone at the far north end of I-5 there in Marysville. So, yeah, it's going to leave a mark, and it'll be a reason to pad a little extra time into your drives, especially for the weekend, because people I've heard have baseball tournaments sometimes in Everett and Marysville, perhaps. So yeah, just be aware that I've got the whole closure listing plus all the information up at mynorthwest.com if you want to check that out. But again, 11 p.m. Friday to Tuesday at 11 p.m. Northbound first 2 weekends, southbound the next 2.
I am very impressed by your ability to keep track of all of this stuff. I really am. You're the best of the best.
You will realize that someday I don't even see your guys' faces. I just see green lines.
Yep.
It's like the Matrix. That's all I see.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work for you.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. Northwest News.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you own firearms, it's your responsibility to make sure they're always stored safely. Hiding them in a closet or drawer is not enough. Kids know where they are. Research shows the risk of injury and death is lower if guns are stored unloaded and locked up, with the ammunition locked in a separate place. This is important when children are young, as well as when they grow into teenagers. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
CBS News Brief. Carter Evans reports on a toy store owner whose business may not survive 145% tariffs on her stock, which comes from China.
She knows she cannot raise prices 145%. That means everything is up in the air for her businesses. She has several toy stores and 50 employees, and all of that is in jeopardy.
CBS's Tracy Wolf tells us the Trump administration has taken 400 scientists off the country's official climate change update.
The 6th edition of the report is due in 2027 to help federal, state, local, and private entities evaluate how groups are adapting to climate change and prepare to mitigate its greatest challenges.
50 years ago today, the government of South Vietnam fell to the north.
Everywhere we go, we just see, people nervous and scared. A lot of them just hid in the house. And outside, we just see all the army of the North Vietnamese.
Karen Mai Mudgway, then a teen, later came to the U.S. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies this morning will become partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS's Weijia Jiang joins us to discuss what President Trump considers his biggest accomplishment as his administration surpasses its first 100 days. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away.
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the Wind Dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners wrap up the homestand this afternoon with another value game against the Angels. Go to mariners.com/value to snag $10 tickets to today's midweek matinee at 1:10. Plus, check out the complete value game schedule, including all 3 Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway games May 27th through 29th.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
$83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
$83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
President Donald Trump marking his first 100 days in office.
He is emphasizing his efforts to reshape government power, such as cutting the federal workforce, limiting immigration, and promoting cryptocurrency. However, his administration has faced challenges, including criticism of those tariffs. CBS's Weijia Jiang is at the White House, joining us to discuss what the president considers his biggest successes. Weijia, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Great to be with you as always.
Tell us, there was a press conference. I saw Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the Treasury Secretary. What are they saying this morning?
That's right. I just got out of that press briefing, and, they are really touting the economic decisions that the president has made and his policy on tariffs, his policy on, what they say will bring prices down for all Americans. And so that is just one branch of what they are touting this entire week. Of course, yesterday they did the same for immigration. And really these two issues, immigration, economy, they believe this is what propelled him here to the White House from the campaign trail. And so they are definitely spending this week spotlighting what they view as his accomplishments. And today we did hear from, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, about the jobs that they say the president has brought in, about, of course, the vision for a new era of American manufacturing. All this despite the poll numbers that show, the approval ratings for handling the economy are not exactly where the president would like them to be.
Weijia, the administration has faced praise and criticism for its use of executive power. What's it been, 140 executive orders in 100 days?
That's right. I think, starting from day one, the president signed a stack of executive actions in the Oval Office. And, almost every day he has a new one to sign. And so you're right in that it has received mixed reviews. And that is because for a lot of these executive actions, they're really just directives for agencies to start work on something. They don't actually accomplish something in and of itself. Of course, other ones are tied up in court. And so we have to wait to see really the impact of all of this, signing, because it doesn't mean just because you sign something, that the resulting action is implemented right away.
Let's talk about Amazon, because they made a couple headlines in that meeting with the press secretary just moments ago that you were in attendance for, Weijia. The White House is criticizing Amazon's decision to list the tariff cost on some of its item prices.
That's right. So Amazon is reportedly planning to display the cost of the tariffs next to the total price of a product on its website. And Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, forcefully pushed back on this. She described it as a, quote, hostile and political act by Amazon. Now, remember, we have been watching a sort of bromance brewing between President Trump and Jeff Bezos. And so that's important context in the background. And she was directly asked, is Bezos not a supporter of Donald Trump? And so she didn't, really want to engage on Bezos specifically, but she did, hold up a picture of him and point to an article from back in 2021 that she said was evidence that Amazon and Bezos was somehow in cahoots with the Chinese, because back then they removed some unflattering reviews about some Chinese products, a Chinese book in particular. And so I think the bottom line is it shows how sensitive the administration is to the fact, if you ask any economist, that these tariffs are going to cost consumers more money. In fact, that's specifically what the reporter asked, saying, look, if Amazon's going to display these cost of tariffs right next to the prices, isn't that sort of proof in the pudding that it's the customer that's going to have to pay more?
As we look back at the 100 days in office of the second Trump administration, one of the things he promised during the campaign was to end the Ukraine-Russia war on day one. That obviously has not happened.
No, it has not happened. And, it's really been a roller coaster of a ride for whether that will happen. And it wasn't that long ago that the president almost put a deadline on Ukraine and Russia to come to the table. He said time is running out and the U.S. is going to have to figure out in a matter of days whether progress can be made or whether the U.S. should just walk away from peace talks. And so we've seen various attempts of a ceasefire. We've seen both sides violate such a ceasefire. And we've seen mixed messages when it comes to what each side is willing to give up. I mean, just recently, the president said that he thinks Ukraine would concede Crimea to Russia, which is, of course, that land that was annexed by Moscow back in 2014. And Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has very specifically said that that would be a violation of his country's charter. And so that's just one example of how they're really not on the same page. So it's hard to imagine how an end to the war could happen if they can't even get through a temporary ceasefire to start earnest negotiations. But we also know that President Trump really wants to be viewed as a peacemaker in chief. It is important to him to try to find a resolution, not only here, but also for the conflict in Gaza. And so the team is certainly trying to get there, but I can report that they are losing patience and really trying to put this pressure to get something done.
All right, 100 days into the second Trump administration, more than 1,000 to go, and covering it for CBS News, Weijia Jiang at the White House. Weijia, thanks, and have a great day.
You too.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies this morning. It'll be partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs are going to be in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
It was an exciting night at my house last night. Nick came home. She's all excited. This shirt she found was $80. So she's sitting there talking to me, and all of a sudden she goes, I can't breathe. Cut me out of it. I was like, cut you out of it? It was $80. I got it for $11. Why'd you even buy it? Because it was $80. I got it for $11. I knew it wouldn't fit, but it was so cheap.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube. Weekdays 3 to 7. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
It's a bully, but we aren't afraid of a fight. It's elusive, but our focus never fades. It's deadly, but we were born to defeat cancer. You may not have heard of us, but our work has helped millions impacted by cancer. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We are leaders in advancing breakthroughs in immunotherapy, genomics, and personalized medicine. This research saves lives. After 65 years of fighting blood cancers, we've arrived at a game-changing belief. The cures for cancer are in our blood. The drugs and treatments we've developed for blood cancers have helped people affected by many different types of cancers. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood. Learn more at LLS.org.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man. You, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
It's John Curley for Window Nation. You know, April is a great time to spruce up around the house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. You could pay nothing up until 2027, and they'll include a free entry door, too. Why do I trust Window Nation? Because they partner with Milgard in Tacoma to build top-quality windows to their highest standards, and they back them with a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Jazz Alley welcomes the Joey Alexander Trio and special guest trumpeter Theo Croker. Live May 1st through May 4th, featuring Chris Funn on bass and Jonathan Barber on drums. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A brand new piece of negative economic news is sending stocks on a downward spiral. Correspondent Steve Kathan has our top story.
The government says the economy shrank 0.3% from January through March. That's the first drop in 3 years. It was slowed by a surge in imports as companies tried to bring in foreign goods before President Trump imposed tariffs. A drop of 2 quarters in a row is often considered a recession.
Dow futures are down 358 right now. NASDAQ futures off 362. That's almost 2%. President Trump has spent the past day downplaying fears over his new tariffs. But Gene Soroka, executive director of the Port of Los Angeles, says they're preparing for a dramatic slowdown, even if tariffs are reduced.
It'll still take about 10 days to 2 weeks to get these ships back in line over in China. Then it's a 2-week trip here to L.A. So we're starting to cut it pretty close with respect to inventory in the U.S.
He says container shipment bookings are down almost 50% from a year ago. Harvard is making changes after it released results of 2 university-ordered reports on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campus. CBS News Boston's Brandon Truitt from Cambridge.
Harvard says they are making changes. Doxing is now officially against their code of conduct, and they're going to start requiring anti-Semitism training for faculty and students.
Harvard is suing the Trump administration after it froze $2 billion in federal grant money. Powerful storms are causing new trouble in the nation's midsection. CBS meteorologist Jessica Birch.
Over 100 million people today alone are gearing up for flash flooding risk, ranging from Dallas, Texas, over into St. Louis, Missouri, across the Ohio Valley as we head into the evening hours tonight.
At least 2 people were killed near Pittsburgh, which was hit with some of the strongest winds ever recorded there. Good news in the fight against breast cancer. CBS's Michael George reports.
Research presented by the American Academy for Cancer Research showed between 2010 and 2020, breast cancer deaths among women ages 20 to 49 dropped from nearly 10 in 100,000 women to closer to 1 in 100,000. Better treatments and greater access to care and screening are the reasons for the decline.
Got a Band-Aid? New study from Kyoto finds we humans heal a lot more slowly than other mammals. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Researchers found it takes human cuts more than twice as long to heal as the wounds of monkeys, baboons, chimpanzees, mice, or other mammals. Furry animals are covered by hair follicles, which house stem cells. When necessary, they grow new skin.
S&P futures down 79. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
Wednesday morning, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we were doing just fine, Charlie, until just a couple of moments ago where we added a new crash on northbound I-5 just outside of the convention center out of downtown Seattle. It's right there near Denny. Not sure what's blocked because I don't have a good cam on it, but definitely see the lights from one of my cameras. And so plan on some brake lights getting into Seattle. 45 minutes from Federal Way now to make that drive. 25 from South Center. Rest of the map looks pretty good. 40 minutes from Puyallup. Renton Arlington to Bellevue's running right around 20. Olympia to Tacoma, much better than we saw yesterday at this time. We've only got a 35-minute trip to make that today. Out of the north end, nice and easy so far, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
6:04, thanks for joining us today. We are following two deadly shootings this morning, one in Tacoma and one in Seattle.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with us with the latest.
Seattle police need your help finding a man wanted in connection to a homicide there. Police say Ayub Muhammad is considered armed and dangerous and on the run. Earlier this month, the 40-year-old victim was shot and killed inside an apartment in the First Hill neighborhood. If you see Muhammad, Seattle police say call 911 right away. And in Tacoma, police have arrested a suspect in a deadly shooting there. The suspect is a 26-year-old man, deputies say, booked into the Pierce County Jail on suspicion of shooting two people Sunday night in Tacoma's Salishan neighborhood. One man died and a woman was taken to the hospital in stable condition. This was the third shooting in that neighborhood in just 1 week.
Luke, thank you. This comes as we're learning gun violence is down in King County. That's according to the King County prosecutor's Shots Fired report for the first quarter of this year. 13 people were killed, 47 injured. There were 278 shots fired. That is a 41% decrease from the same period last year. Here's King County prosecuting attorney Lisa Mannion.
We are seeing a continued decrease in gun violence. In fact, King County has just experienced the safest start to a new year that we've had in the past 5 years.
She says 50% of victims were African American and 87% were male.
Most Seattle voters say the city is making progress against crime. Concern about public safety dropped 10 points in a new Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce poll. Here's Chamber President Rachel Smith.
People are feeling significantly safer visiting downtown at night, and nearly half believe that we've made progress on public safety.
While most say they have seen progress in removing homeless camps, homelessness remained the top priority in the survey.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, here we are. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Nice to be here again.
It's the last day of April.
How did that happen?
I have no idea.
It's crazy.
Wow. April 30th. I'm Charlie with Manda. Sully, you are keeping an eye on the roads with us.
A little quieter than yesterday, we hope.
After yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday
What time did that all reopen? Like 1 or something?
Late in the afternoon.
Oh, boy.
That they got all lanes open through that truck fire. Yeah.
I was just exhausted after yesterday's show. We were basically doing traffic every 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was, and I started in the 5 o'clock hour yesterday too. So I was like, whoa. Yeah, I was a little beat after that.
Well, you were all over it.
All right. Jonah Oakley filling in for producer David today. Katrina Gishard is out at the news desk.
And coming up, we're getting some encouraging news out of King County. Gun violence down. We told you about that. And also Commerce Secretary Lutnick has announced a new secret trade deal. Is it a real shift for U.S. manufacturing or just political theater? We'll talk to News Nation's Tom Dempsey.
Okay, this hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. We told you earlier this week that so far the city of Seattle has hired 60 new police officers. That compares to 84 in all of last year. Mayor Bruce Harrell and Chief Sean Barnes celebrated that news, but now we are hearing from Seattle Police Officers Guild President Mike Solon. He spoke to the Jason Rant Show on KTTH, and he says the numbers are higher because the standards have been lowered.
But we're also welcoming at least the department and the city's effort to get people into a uniform to help serve the community.
He's concerned about how many of the new applicants might not make it past the background check or through training. We have reached out to SPD for comment.
In Redmond, a bird's eye view helped catch a domestic violence suspect. It was April 15th. Redmond police used a drone to help track a suspect to a bus stop, but when officers approached, the man took off.
You're under arrest right now. And he's running across the street.
And the drone tracked the man into a wooded area at an apartment complex. Then the K-9 unit was called in to help.
Don't run. The dog's going to bite you. Stop now. You're going to get bit.
From there, officers took him into custody without any more struggles.
Let's head east of the mountains, where a clash over jail security in Franklin County has led to open defiance within the sheriff's office there. Sheriff Jim Raymond says employees refused to remove firearms from a facility which violated a court order. Tri-City Herald reports unions are seeking legal protection to stay out of a fight. This is between the sheriff and the county, who recently voted to take control of the jail away from the sheriff. Judge ordered those guns to stay where they are. A hearing will be held next month.
Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is taking legal action against President Trump's executive order that dismantles AmeriCorps. The program supports volunteers with basic expenses and education funding. It's facing significant cuts because of that order. Washington is now among more than 20 states suing to stop it.
3 puppies were found abused and abandoned with swollen muzzles near Auburn. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has details.
These 3 puppies, expected to be 4 to 5 month old coonhound mixes, were picked up in unincorporated Auburn on Monday and Tuesday. Their muzzles are puffed up like a balloon. Well, that's because Sergeant Rebecca Smokoska with Regional Animal Services believes their mouths may have been bound shut with tape or a strap.
Unfortunately, these puppies are having quite a bit of pus coming out of their mouths.
Besides the swelling, she says these puppies seem to be in good health, but she also says they're traumatized.
We have photos of the dogs on mynorthwest.com. If you recognize them or have information that can help find their owner, you're asked to call Regional Animal Services.
Demand for electricity in the Northwest could double in the next 20 years. That's the latest projection from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. They say growth will come from data centers, electric cars, and clean energy. The council predicts annual demand could grow by as much as 3.1%. Washington alone will use more power than Oregon, Idaho, and Montana combined. The grid is already under strain from aging infrastructure and supply chain issues. The council says it will study wind, solar, and storage to help meet demand. Final energy plans expected next year.
I know I'm not supposed to say this sounds kind of cool, but this sounds kind of cool.
I was going to say, you're going to say it anyway, aren't you?
You can't stop me. Scientists say a volcano deep in the Pacific Ocean may be ready to erupt. It's called the Axial Seamount. It's about 300 miles off the Oregon coast. It's about a mile beneath the surface. Professor Debbie Kelly from the UW, she tells King TV magma is building, quakes are rising in the area.
It's okay.
Yeah, no danger to the public. It last erupted in 2015. She says it's the most closely studied underwater volcano on the planet.
You're right. It is cool to watch.
Yeah. And she promises to alert us when it finally blows.
Fantastic.
We won't feel it?
No.
I guess not. I'm no tectonics expert, so I mean it could be maybe, but I don't think so. No, they would warn us about that. That's why I'm able to say it's cool.
Thank you. Not cool. More than 120,000 kids may stop getting free books in Washington. New state budget does not include money for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. The group says that decision puts the future of the program in jeopardy. According to the Imagination Library, they need at least $2 million to keep going. This program sends free books to kids every month from birth to age 5. Brooke Fisher-Clark, who runs the program here, called the budget cut heartbreaking. They're now asking the public to donate to keep those books coming.
All right, it's 6:12, and now we check the forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Beautiful day on tap. Highs in the mid-60s, just partly cloudy today, so a lot of sunshine. Tomorrow, that's going to be the warmest day of the week. We might even be talking about the warmest day so far of the year, with highs in the mid-70s in Seattle, warmer the farther south of the city you go. On Friday, another sunny day, upper 60s to right around 70. Saturday and Sunday looking like we might have a few sprinkles on Saturday. Mid-50s for a high and low 60s for a high on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it is cloudy and 45.
And it's 6:12. Time to get back to Chris Sullivan. He is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And the little issue we had on northbound I-5 at Denny, just outside of downtown Seattle, is out of the way. And the backup is dissipating, and we're still, doing okay. We've got a crash. That crash is gone, and so we're looking at about a normal 42-minute drive from Federal Way to Seattle. And doesn't look too worse to wear for wear coming up past the West Seattle Bridge. The Renton S curves have started to get a little slow, but overall we're under 20 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue. And behind behind that on the Valley Freeway. The heaviest spot is getting right out of Sumner. There past the 410 interchange. After that, it's not too bad. A little over 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy at 35 minutes. Coming down from the north end, probably need 40 minutes to get from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. We have some braking between 128th and 164th. Doesn't look to be too significant. Not too bad in Marysville. A little braking across the trestle, but all in all, we're doing okay. The lake bridges are quiet. This report comes from Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
And at 6:14, we head over to the news desk with Katrina Kashard.
Cascade Valley Hospital has been forced into lockdown 3 times in the past week due to unconfirmed threats. Skagit Regional Health says authorities, including the FBI and Arlington Police, are investigating what they believe to be part of a larger operation targeting hospitals beyond Washington. The hospital says it has more security, remains open, and continues to accept patients. Now, for the second time in 2 weeks, a judge denied Brian Kohberger's defense team's request to strike the death penalty as a sentencing option in his upcoming trial. Kohberger is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students back in 2022. His defense team argued delays in the discovery process hindered their ability to build a complete defense for Kohberger. His trial is scheduled to start in late July.
Katrina, thank you. It's 6:15.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. The last day of April 2025 is off to a good start.
Yeah, let's go a little deeper into a story James Lynch is bringing us. A King County Prosecutor's Office just released its shots fired report. This is for the first quarter of 2025. He sat down with the King County Prosecuting Attorney.
The King County Prosecutor's Office just released its shots fired report for the first quarter of 2025, and the news is encouraging. Here's King County Prosecuting Attorney Lisa Mannion.
We are seeing a continued decrease in gun violence. In fact, King County has just experienced the safest start to a new year that we've had in the past 5 years. Adult felony referrals are down 25% from 2019 to 2024. In that same period of time, we saw a 7% decrease in the number of auto vehicle theft referrals. We saw a 28% decrease in the number of adult burglary referrals, and we saw a 13% decrease in the number of referrals relating to serious assaults and other violent crimes.
In the first quarter of this year, 13 people died from gun violence, 47 others were injured, and 278 gunshots were fired. That's a 41% decrease from the first quarter of 2024.
We are building a safety net, and we are working together to address this problem in our community. Now, we still have work to do, but the signs are promising.
And there is still a lot of work to do, particularly when it comes to youth-related gun violence.
Nearly 12% of shooting victims were age 17 or younger. And we also know that the largest group of gun violence perpetrators are in the 18 to 24-year-old range. So definitely gun violence among young people is still a problem.
Mannion also says the reduction in shots fired is a team effort countywide, and residents hopefully feel safer in their neighborhoods.
We have prosecutors and law enforcement, local government, and community-based nonprofits that are all working toward the same goal. How do we reduce gun violence? We want our community to know what we're seeing, and we want people to know that local government, prosecutors, and law enforcement are working together to tackle gun violence so that they can feel safer.
For Seattle's Morning News, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
White House officials say 139,000 unauthorized immigrants have been deported by President Trump's administration in the first 100 days. A new CBS poll shows 56% of Americans approve of the president's plan to deport immigrants who came to the U.S. illegally. That was a key promise during the campaign. However, his overall handling of immigration has slipped to 49% approval. CBS's Nancy Cordes has more.
The new signs lining the White House driveway are meant to send a message. 100 unauthorized immigrants arrested for violent crimes in the past 100 days. In Miami, ICE officials said, quote, nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days of Operation Tidal Wave, a new partnership between state and federal law enforcement.
You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you.
President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, said the president's aggressive immigration policies are having the desired effect, with daily border apprehensions down 94% since last March. The number of gotaways, migrants who evade Border Patrol as they enter the U.S., has dropped from 1,800 a day last year to 38 a day now.
38 too many? We'll get that to zero. But we want from 1,800 to 38.
A new CBS News poll shows 56% of Americans approve of Trump's plan to deport immigrants who came to the U.S. illegally. But approval for his overall handling of immigration has slipped to 49%, amidst high-profile controversies over detained student visa holders and deportations to a prison in El Salvador. In a new interview, President Trump was asked whether some people might get detained by mistake. Let me tell you, he said, that nothing will ever be perfect in this world.
We are unapologetically continuing with an agenda of mass deportation.
Stephen Miller is Trump's deputy chief of staff.
How should we think about the fact that we're now seeing people like mothers being deported with their American citizen kids? Have the priorities changed?
When we talk about priority, of course, ICE's priority is identifying public safety threats. But priority does not mean that we're also providing amnesty to illegal immigrants in general. Mass deportation means mass deportation.
The two new executive orders Trump signed last night are designed to force sanctuary cities to cooperate with Trump policy and to encourage more legal action against state or local officials who obstruct immigration enforcement. It comes just a few days after a judge in Wisconsin was arrested and accused of helping a man evade federal agents.
King County voters will decide on a $1.4 billion parks levy in August. The Seattle Times reports the county council just passed it for the ballot. That's more than the last levy, which brought in $850 million. It would raise money for parks, trails, the zoo, and the aquarium. A homeowner with an $844,000 home would pay about $200 a year. Supporters say the money keeps parks open, clean, and accessible. Executive Shannon Braddock says residents want more trails and green space. The levy's been renewed by voters every 6 years since 2003.
A cougar attacked a dog in Jefferson County, but the dog survived. Happened along the Duckabush River Trail in Olympic National Forest. Lucas Rogers tells King TV his dog Arlo was tied up when they set up camp. He heard screaming, found a cougar pinning Arlo to the ground. Rogers says he kicked that cougar in the head. It ran off. Arlo has bite wounds, but is expected to recover fully. Wildlife officials say cougar attacks are very rare in Washington. Only 2 fatal human attacks have been recorded in the past 100 years.
Kitsap County's search dog team is looking for help. According to Fox 13 Seattle, they need people to hide during training exercises. The group trains every Saturday in parks and schools across the county. They teach dogs to find missing or hurt people in rough terrain. Last year, the team responded to rough
terrain.
Get it? Last year, the team responded to 32 search calls. If you love dogs and you can actually sit quietly for a few hours, they're looking for some help.
Why are you looking at me when you say, can you sit quietly for a few hours?
Because I know you cannot.
It's 6:22. Let's head over
the job for Charlie.
to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. I like dogs, though. I mean, maybe? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Sully, you're a cat person.
Well, I started as a dog person.
Okay.
I could be both. I just have never fixed our fence, and so our dog would get out. I need some sort of invisible, thing. But it's like no.
Or maybe just some lumber. You could fix the fence yourself.
I mean, I've only been in the house 20 years. Yeah. I'm lazy. Looking at the drive right now, we're in pretty good shape. We have some brake lights here and there, usual suspect locations. Like if you're up the Valley Freeway, you're looking at brake lights out of Auburn. A little bit at the north end, about a 22-minute trip out of Auburn and about 45 out of Puyallup. There's also some heavy braking on westbound 410, just getting past Traffic Ave in Sumner. That appears to just be volume trying to make it over to the highway. And then Renton to Bellevue, if you're continuing up that corridor, a little over 20 minutes on the drive. The S-curves are active, but by the time you're up to about SR 900, it's not too bad. Olympia to Tacoma, right at 35 minutes. A couple of brake lights in Tacoma, up to 18. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 45 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we see some brake lights in Marysville. A little bit more south of the Everett Mall, kind of right there by the Boeing Freeway, and then a little bit more away from Linwood. So we're probably up over 45 minutes now from Everett into Bellevue, 40 from Everett to Seattle. The Lake Bridges are quiet. 18 still looks pretty good. So does 16 back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Visit SUPLinen.com.
Very nice day on tap. We're going to see sunshine, a mix of clouds and sun, a high today of 64. Still looking for highs into the low 70s in the sunshine tomorrow. Friday, still mostly sunny, around 70. Bit of a change in the forecast for Saturday. Might see some showers early on, dropping off to the mid-50s. Right now, it is partly sunny and 44 in Seattle.
And coming up, we'll have the opening bell report as we see how Wall Street reacts to this latest economic news. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:30. President Trump put the spotlight on King County during a rally to celebrate his first 100 days in office.
To highlight his immigration policy, the president talked about the brutal gang-related attack on a woman in Burien in January. And we get more live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this happened during Trump's rally in Michigan last night.
Just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Strendiragua, were arrested in Washington State for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand.
You might remember this case he's talking about. King County Sheriff's Captain Stan Sayo says back in January, alleged Venezuelan gang members kidnapped a 58-year-old woman, then drove her around the state for several hours.
Kicking her, punching her, on top of, using a cordless power drill to drill her hand in order to get information from her.
Investigators say the suspects were trying to get the victim's personal and financial information in order to rob her. And eventually, they say the men threw her over a retaining wall on the side of I-90 in Kittitas County and then shot her. The suspects were recently arraigned. They're being held on $1 million bail each. ICE agents have started the process to take them into federal custody.
And that woman survived, right, Luke?
Yes.
Okay.
Good detail to include there. Yes, she absolutely survived. I just,
Yeah, of
Took
course.
that for granted, of course, but yeah, she's safe. She's fine.
Okay,
now.
that's good to hear. It's 6:32. Pierce County leaders just passed a controversial immigration resolution. This is according to Como TV, that the resolution blocks most county help for federal immigration enforcement. After 5 hours of public testimony yesterday, the council voted 4-3 in favor. The policy bans county staff and money from helping with certain surveillance or registration programs. Councilmember Brian Yambe says it won't stop criminal investigations or valid warrants. Sheriff Keith Swank disagreed, saying it will hurt law enforcement partnerships. He says his department is independently elected and not under council control. Supporters say it helps immigrant families feel safer accessing local services.
An Auburn woman is charged with vehicular homicide after a crash early Sunday morning killed her 12-year-old son. Authorities tell KIRO 7 the boy, who was not wearing a seatbelt, was thrown from the car when it hit a ditch on Southeast 416th Street. That's between Enumclaw and Auburn. The impact sent the vehicle 150 feet into the air. Police found an empty vodka bottle in the wreckage. They say the mother claimed her son's girlfriend was driving, though no one else was at the scene.
King County voters will decide on a $1.4 billion parks levy this August. Seattle Times reports the county council just passed it for the ballot, and that's more than the last levy, which brought in $850 million. It would raise money for parks, trails, the zoo, and the aquarium. A homeowner with an $844,000 home, that's the median price around here, would pay about $200 a year. Supporters say the money keeps parks open, clean, and accessible for everyone. Executive Shannon Braddock says residents want more trails and green space. The levy has been renewed by voters every 6 years since 2003.
It's now 6:34, and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we were right where we should be for this time of day on a Wednesday morning. We're looking at the brake lights, probably the heaviest right now through the Renton S curves. Again, that shouldn't be a shock to those of you who drive that daily. The travel time up to Bellevue is 25 minutes, which isn't too bad. By the time you're up to about 30th, it really eases back. Looking at the Valley Freeway behind that, definitely 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, with the heaviest brake lights there right at Auburn and at the north end at 180th. The Olympia to Tacoma drive, starting to see just a little bit of slowing through Lacey and DuPont, and then a pretty good drive all the rest of the way up to Tacoma, 35 minutes there. Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 45, the heaviest spot there, right near the Federal Way at 320th. A lot of people merging in from Federal Way. Coming down from the north end, not too bad in Marysville, not too bad down towards the Trestle and across the Trestle to I-5. And then we have about a 45-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, which is offering premium windows that are 25% more efficient than Energy Star ratings and reduce outside noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Looks like we'll have a beautiful next couple of days. Mid-60s today, mid-70s tomorrow, a lot of sun. Even Friday looking pretty nice with highs in the upper 60s. This weekend, you're out maybe with a used baseball tournament.
How did I know you were going to say that? In North Bend this time?
Yeah, North Bend this time. It'll be the low to mid-50s with rain on, occasional rain on Saturday. Might dry out for Sunday. Right now it's 50 in Seattle at 6:35.
And that's time for the opening bell. It's brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds.
The U.S. economy shrank 0.3% January through March. That is the first drop in 3 years. It was slowed by a surge in imports as companies in the U.S. tried to bring in foreign goods before the president imposed massive tariffs.
We also saw today's ADP report on employment, which slowed quite dramatically. We may not see quite as large of a slowdown, but in the official data, and the reason is that much of the weakness in today's ADP report was in small businesses. Those are the most vulnerable to the tariffs.
Diane Swank is the chief economist with KPMG.
Many shipments from China have come to a standstill. That's going to not only push up prices, but the activities of front-running tariffs in and of themselves have a payback. And so we're now very worried that we will actually see a recession by the end of this quarter and as we move into the third quarter.
We're told consumer spending also slowed sharply.
We were talking about how empty the ports of Seattle and Tacoma have been lately. Well, the Port of Los Angeles is bracing for a dramatic slowdown as the Trump administration tariffs on China are starting to impact trade. Here's CBS News national correspondent Carter Evans.
When you see a 30 and 40% decline at the Port of Los Angeles, you've got to look ahead and see what this is going to do to retailers, right? That means in a matter of weeks, we could see empty shelves in retailers if something doesn't change, because those ships just aren't coming in, because the retailers have determined that they can't afford to raise prices 145%. They've got a better chance waiting, trying to ride it out.
The Trump administration has spent about $220 billion more in his first 100 days compared to the same time period last year when Joe Biden was president. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency claims to have cut $160 billion. CBS News review finds less than 40% of what Doge claims are savings have been itemized in a way that can be fully confirmed. The Partnership for Public Service also estimate Doge's actions will cost taxpayers $135 billion this fiscal year, not including the expense of defending multiple lawsuits, nor the impact of estimated lost tax collections due to staff cuts at the IRS. CBS News White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with more.
If the savings are rather small and the pain is high, Doge is going to be a liability.
Nat Malkus is a senior fellow at the conservative-leaning American Enterprise Institute, and he's been tracking Doge's cuts. He says while Doge claims to have slashed about $160 billion in federal spending so far, the actual figure could be about half that, which amounts to less than 1% of the government's annual budget.
There is something special about a new Starbucks in Texas, as we hear from CBS's Michael Toscano.
The Starbucks drive-thru opening Friday in Brownsville is the coffee giant's first 3D printed outlet in all of its 17,000 locations. 3D printing has been used in residential construction, but rarely in commercial buildings. It involves a computer-controlled robotic arm that builds walls by pouring one layer of concrete on top of another. Starbucks hasn't said if more of its stores will be using the technology or if they're just making this a single shot. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Book lovers in Pierce County have something to look forward to. The News Tribune reports Barnes & Noble set to open a new store at South Hill Mall in Puyallup this October. The 19,000 square foot space near JCPenney and DSW will include a cafe, adding to the bookseller's nationwide expansion. You haven't heard about expansion for Barnes & Noble for quite a while here. Company plans to open more than 60 new stores this year, marking a major turnaround after years of decline.
Well, we told you the U.S. economy shrank 0.3% from January through March. Wall Street doesn't like that. The Dow is down about 532 points, 1.3%. S&P 500 down 99, and the NASDAQ is down almost 2.5%, 422 points.
Now a word for KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6, only on KIRO 7 TV.
All right, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the heaviest spot, which continues to be the Valley Freeway, working your way up from Sumner. So we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Pike Place Market is going to be car-free for the most part anyway, as part of a pilot project.
This could be a fantastic opportunity for Pike Place Market.
Mayor Bruce Harrell said that he wants to make the market one of the greatest pedestrian experiences in the country.
It's just thoughtful, right? It's thoughtful to think about all of the people that would come down there.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, Follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
When we reach our golden years, it's natural to want to stay in our homes. We've worked hard for them, but as our minds and bodies age, the home can become an unsafe place where loneliness thrives. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces and managed common areas with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, allowing you to socialize or participate in activities whenever you like. Care Partners Senior Living provides both privacy and socialization at your desired pace. You aren't living alone in our communities because help is always nearby. And believe it or not, community living can be more cost-effective than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
With 30 communities, including Covington, Bremerton, Snohomish, and the grand opening of North Creek Bothell, there's quality senior care at an affordable price near you. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
6:43. Let's head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to add customers out there on our roadways at this point this morning, and we're seeing a lot more braking on the Valley Freeway, especially from Ellingson as you work your way in from Pacific up past Highway 18. So you're going to need about 50 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton, and we're also starting to see the braking down the South Hill on eastbound 512, which we normally see right before, the top of every hour, right before 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. So that's just the building volume. Olympia to Tacoma's got about a 40-minute trip now as we see brake lights up through Lacey through the construction zone. And then Federal Way to Seattle's about 50 minutes as well. It's going to be slow up past 188th in SeaTac. Then you get a nice long gap to the north end of Boeing Field right around the corner there as you approach the West Seattle Bridge. But overall, not too bad. Coming down from the north end, you're going to need about 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue with brake lights heavy through Canyon Park. For I-5, we're looking at about a 45-minute trip. It peters out by the time you're down into Shoreline. So that's pretty good. The lake bridges are fine. Coming down from the north end, a little bit more slowing getting into Marysville, and Highway 9 looks like its normal self where we get across the Snohomish River. Same deal for 522 as you come down out of Monroe. Really not all that bad as of yet. This report is brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
It's going to be a nice day. Partly sunny, 64 the high for today, and then tomorrow warming up to the low to mid 70s. How about that? We'll cool off to around 70 on Friday. Chance of showers on Saturday. Right now, partly sunny and 44 in Seattle.
At 6:45, let's go to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Seattle is officially joining the Professional Women's Hockey League. The league just announced its second expansion franchise, adding Seattle alongside Vancouver for the 2025-26 season. The team will play at Climate Pledge Arena, home of the NHL's Kraken. Someone got busted for driving in the HOV lane with a mannequin in the front seat. Washington State Patrol says this happened on northbound I-5 yesterday morning. Troopers say the driver admitted this was the only way they would be able to use the lane. Obviously, a mannequin does not count as a passenger. Under current state law, the fine for your first HOV violation is $186, but a stunt like this will cost you extra. If you have a dummy or a doll in the passenger seat, you get fined an additional $200 automatically.
That kind of gives me an idea, Katrina, for a new promo for the show, The Dummies and the Doll. Listen to Seattle's Morning News. They'll be in your passenger seat. I won't say who the dummies and or the doll are.
We can talk about this.
Perhaps we could sell traffic dummies in my likeness, and people can put them in their passenger seat.
Oh, I like that.
Not to break the law, but I mean to just make them feel better.
Okay, yeah. Sully in your passenger seat. Okay, there are no bad ideas.
I'm a comfort doll.
Let's workshop
this. We need to work this out a little bit more.
Let's brainstorm this after the show.
Okay.
6:46. You are listening to Seattle's Morning News, and coming up, Commerce Secretary Lutnick has announced a secret new trade deal. We check in with News Nation's Tom Dempsey and get more on the story. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners wrap up the homestand this afternoon with another value game against the Angels. Go to mariners.com/value to snag $10 tickets to today's midweek matinee at 1:10. Plus, check out the complete value game schedule, including all 3 Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway games May 27th through 29th.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. A grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet with a teriyaki glaze, served with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw for $15.99. And don't forget Ivar's Fish Sandwich, named the best fish sandwich in America by Eat This, Not That. Only $13.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars nor the Salmon House, Pier 54 or Mukilteo Landing. Find out more at ivers.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Good to have you here. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick announced a trade deal has been reached, but is awaiting approval from an unnamed country's leadership. His comments boosted the stock market yesterday, which has been volatile amid ongoing uncertainty about global tariffs following the president's sweeping tariff hikes.
Lutnick confirmed the deal does not involve China, so who does it involve? News Nation's Tom Dempsey is with us. If it's a secret trade deal, how much do we know, Tom?
Hey, good morning from the White House. That's where I'm at right now. So, yeah, that's the big talker right here at the White House right now are these trade deals and this trade war that's happening with China. We're getting set for a cabinet meeting to start in just over an hour here at the White House. But to answer your question, so, yeah, President Donald Trump saying that the U.S. could be close to a trade deal with India, which would obviously be a very big deal given the population of India. And then Howard Lutnick saying that it was an unnamed country that recently reached an agreement with the United States. And he didn't say which country, but he just says it just needs approval from the country's leader and its parliament. So we might learn more information about that when this cabinet meeting kicks off. News Nation has confirmed that Elon Musk will also be a part of this cabinet meeting happening at 11 a.m. Eastern time. But obviously, a very big timing this week. The White House all week long has been talking about that 100-day mark for President Donald Trump. And obviously, you know, the economy has been a big, very much in focus focus right now. And the elephant in the room when it comes to the economy is this ongoing trade war with China and the uncertainty of all that and these tariffs that are facing many countries across the world. Just yesterday, President Donald Trump signed an executive order offering a rebate to car companies here in the United States to help offset the 25% tariff on cars and car parts. So we might get some more information on where things stand right now. Again, India is the one that President Donald Trump commented on, and the unnamed country from Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. That might be India. We just don't know yet, and we might learn more information during the cabinet meeting this morning.
Tom, it seems that China is the big deal, though. I mean, India, that's great, but they are not nearly the importance of a trading partner that China is. What are we hearing about China?
Well, here's the thing. It's interesting because there's been kind of a back and forth between China and the United States. Earlier this week, the Foreign Ministry of China said that really no talks have been happening between the United States and China. They denied sort of anything happening between the two sides. But then you have President Donald Trump saying he spoke over the phone recently with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and you had the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, saying that there's been progress in these talks. So it's interesting, sort of, and kind of confusing, I'll be honest, kind of tracking what both sides are saying in all this. The White House is trying to project sort of optimism when it comes to this and saying that, you know, this trade imbalance with the United States right now and these tariffs are unsustainable for China. That's coming from the Treasury Secretary. You know, I wish I could answer your question with a straight on answer, but we just don't really know what's happening behind the scenes right now with these talks. Like I said, the United States trying to voice optimism right now, but again, that's going to be the very big one to watch. In fact, I was actually speaking with a friend recently who is a part of a sporting goods company, and they import a lot of things from China. And he's just talking about all this uncertainty and how it's causing all sorts of stress for the company. I'm sure he's not the only one in America, surely not the only one that's feeling some of that stress and uncertainty right now.
Tom, you mentioned there's a big cabinet meeting today. There's also a bunch of CEOs going to the White House. What's that about?
Yeah, so this is also part of that 100-day mark for the president that they're honoring right now. And a big part of this, you know, at least the conversation for the Trump administration with this trade war and all these tariffs is that ultimately the goal is that it will be a good thing. It will bring, more jobs to America. It'll bring more manufacturing plants to America. And that's sort of reflected in this meeting with the CEOs later today. These are companies that have made some very big investments since President Donald Trump took office for his second term. Companies like Johnson & Johnson will be here. NVIDIA, a very big one. Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical company, going to be here. Those are just some of them. And the White House team is touting lots of investments recently. There's a $500 billion investment, I believe, from Apple to bring 20,000 jobs to the United States, and that was in response to those tariffs against China. Eli Lilly, a pharmaceutical company, has plans, billions of dollars in investments to build 4 new manufacturing plants here in the United States. So with this meeting happening later this afternoon with these CEOs here at the White House, really expect the White House and President Donald Trump to really highlight how some companies are responding to this trade war in a good way and how that could impact, in a good way, Americans and manufacturing plants across the country.
News Nation's Tom Dempsey. Always great talking to you, Tom, live from the White House.
Thank you.
It's 6:54. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're definitely seeing an increase in travel times coming down from the Arlington area. We might have a crash near 88th getting into Marysville that I got to check into and have more for you in 10. But we've got about a 25-minute drive from Arlington to Everett. And we're well over 50 now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Valley Freeway, 50 minutes plus from end to end, heavy from Pacific all the way up toward Kent. And then at the north end, plus a 30-minute drive from Renton to Bellevue. About an hour now from Federal Way to Seattle, with 35 of those minutes from South Center. The Lake Bridges are doing okay. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
It's partly sunny and 44 in Seattle right now. We're headed for a high of 64 for today, 73 tomorrow in the sunshine.
Coming up, we have more of the day's top stories and traffic every 10 minutes with Sully. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Here's what people are clamoring to buy right now. Poop. from the Seattle Zoo. Zoodoo. You can get a zebra, you get giraffe, a poodoos. You ever heard of that animal in your life?
Never in my life.
Laura, can you look that up?
It looks like a tiny Bambi.
I don't know how much poop you're going to get from that thing.
That's why it's rare and costly, my friend.
Jake and Spike
Weekdays, noon to 3.
on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
See the new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort, and they start at just $80,000. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value, and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today, and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour, and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Dow is down 777 points in early trading after new GDP numbers this morning that show the economy is shrinking. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
This shows for first quarter. We actually saw a drop. It came in at negative 0.3%. Over the last few quarters, we have seen roughly anywhere from 2 to 3% of an increase.
The numbers come as the president's new tariffs kick in. Kelly puts the Federal Reserve in a tough position.
If you have slowing growth, but you have potentially higher prices with inflation, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. And what that means for folks at home is interest rates are likely just going to stay the same for a bit.
Posting on his Truth Social, President Trump blames the new numbers on the, quote, Biden overhang and insists they have nothing to do with tariffs. The Supreme Court begins hearing arguments this hour on a plan to create an online Catholic charter school. Correspondent Jan Crawford.
This is a potentially landmark case that basically could reshape the future of public education and pave the way for taxpayer dollars to go directly to religious charter schools.
Deadly weather has swept several states from the plains to the northeast. At least 2 people were killed near Pittsburgh, which was hit by some of the strongest winds ever recorded there. This man's friend was electrocuted when he tried to move a live wire.
Dave was the humblest guy. He was such a kind man, 59 years old, unbelievable painter.
People from North Texas to Southwest Missouri are dealing with flash flooding. At least 11 high school students in Syracuse, New York, face kidnapping charges for a hazing incident police say went too far. CBS's Michael Wallace reports.
Onondaga County DA Bill Fitzpatrick says lacrosse players from West Hill High School took a younger team member to a wooded area where people dressed in all black approached him.
They were armed with what appeared to be at least one handgun and at least one knife.
They put a pillowcase over his head and stuffed him in a car trunk. Fitzpatrick says if a sheriff's deputy had come across the scene, gun drawn,
you can only imagine what could have happened.
L.A. County has approved a $4 billion settlement, largest in U.S. history, for thousands of people who say they were abused at juvenile centers and foster homes as children. Attorney Adam Slater.
Their lives were ruined, and many of them struggled with this their entire lives. Addiction, nightmares their entire lives.
Dow down 657, S&P off 126, NASDAQ down 492. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And I want to thank all my Cornfeld Law hands-free highway helpers who let me know we do have a crash on southbound I-5 right at the exit to the Tulalip Outlet Mall at 88th. It's over on the left-hand shoulder now, so not blocking anymore, but we have a 25-minute trip from Arlington to Everett. That's about a 10-minute delay. Once you get through that, you've got about a 55-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue and 50 from Everett to Seattle. Coming up from the south end, we've got about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma. Brake lights through DuPont. Some minutes lost up the hill to 18, maybe 1 or 2 if that. And then Federal Way to Seattle is really close to an hour. About a 50-minute trip from Puyallup up to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is a half an hour. Across the lake, we're still enjoying a very good drive. So all in all, we're in pretty good shape. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone, or visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. Pierce County detectives are on the scene of a homicide right now.
Also developing this morning, new information on 2 deadly shooting investigations, one in Tacoma, one in Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Detectives on that scene investigating that homicide that happened at an apartment complex on 76th Street Court East in Tacoma. That's in an unincorporated part of Pierce County. Not a lot of details on that yet. I'll have more on that as we go through the morning. There's a PIO on scene, public information officer. We're hoping to get more details. This morning in Seattle police say they need your help finding a man who's wanted in connection to a homicide. Police say Ayub Muhammad is considered armed and dangerous and on the run. Earlier this month, a 40-year-old victim was shot and killed inside an apartment building in the First Hill neighborhood. And in Tacoma, police have arrested a suspect in a deadly double shooting in Tacoma. The suspect is a 26-year-old man booked into the Pierce County Jail on suspicion of shooting 2 people Sunday night in Tacoma's Salishan neighborhood. One man died and a woman was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. This was the 3rd shooting in that neighborhood in just 1 week.
Thanks, Luke. This comes as a new survey shows Seattleites' top concerns. Andrew Tebow is with Fulcrum Strategic, which polled registered voters for the Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce.
You look at homelessness, it is still the top concern, but it's flat, up 2 points.
Cost of living and affordability up a point, essentially flat. Crime, drugs, public safety down 9 points in terms of the level of concern voters have.
He says 85% of those surveyed say they feel safe visiting downtown Seattle during the day, 45% at night.
As Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell and Police Chief Sean Barnes celebrate an increase in the number of officers being hired, the police union is skeptical. So far this year, SPD has hired 60 new officers. In all of last year, they only hired 84. Police Officers Guild President Mike Solon tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH the numbers are higher because the standards are lower.
How many of those applicants are going to pass background? How many of them will pass an academy? And how many will pass post-Balia, which is the department's inner academy, and then field training program, which, to this date, it's very difficult to find quality candidates.
KIRO Newsradio has reached out to Seattle Police for comment.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
We're running with Sully right now.
Right? Who is running with the devil and headbanging at the moment.
Sometimes I like leaving it on that wide shot on the screen because Sully is just there rocking out to some of the music we're playing.
Make sure you watch on the YouTube channel.
It is Seattle's Morning News, Wednesday, April 30th. I'm Charlie along with Manda.
Jonah Oakleaf covering for our producer David Burbank, and we have morning news editor Katrina Gashard covering our national headlines.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. By the way, Nick Krasha is picking our music this morning.
Oh, good job.
I wanted to make Sully happy. I went to the dad rock section.
It's pretty easy to make this guy happy, isn't it?
Tune.
He had a rough day yesterday. He just needs to kind of rock out at
we need
times.
to pick me up.
All right. Smart idea, Nick.
Thank you. Coming up, Democratic House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon joins us for a look back at one of Washington's most grueling legislative sessions to date. They'll talk about the new budget, too.
We'll also be speaking with Republican leaders in the next hour about their take on the state budget. So both sides are coming up in the next hour or so here on Seattle's Morning News.
It's now 7:08. There is some encouraging news from the King County Prosecutor's Office. The number of shots fired in the first quarter of this year is down more than 40% from the same time last year. Still, 13 people were killed, 47 injured, 278 shots in total were fired. King County prosecuting attorney Lisa Mannion says the downward trend is a team effort.
We have prosecutors and law enforcement, local government, and community-based nonprofits that are all working toward the same goal. How do we reduce gun violence?
The number of shots fired in King County in the first quarter is the lowest since 2021.
In Pierce County, some Franklin County Sheriff's Office employees defied their boss's order, saying it was illegal. He says he's dealing with a mutiny. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
Last week, the Franklin County Board of Commissioners voted to take control of the jail and courthouse security after a state audit, according to the Tri-City Herald. The sheriff then ordered 2 of his employees to remove all the guns in violation of a court order. In an email to the attorney for the unions that represents the Franklin County Sheriff's command staff and deputies, we seem to have experienced a mutiny while attempting to recover the firearms that are owned, registered, and controlled by the Franklin County Sheriff's Office from a jail facility that is not authorized to store or carry firearms. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
A court hearing is set for next month.
Pierce County will limit how much it helps with federal immigration enforcement. This is after a close 4-3 council vote last night. According to Como TV, the new rule bans county support for most immigration surveillance programs. Supporters say it protects people from being targeted based on race or status. Sheriff Keith Swank says it may block his department from working with federal agents. He called the policy illegal and urged a focus on public safety instead.
Regional Animal Services of King County says 3 dogs were found under concerning circumstances near Auburn. With the story, here's KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao.
Instantly noticed, intense swelling around the muzzle, which is not normal for our injured strays.
That was an immediate red flag to Sergeant Rebecca Smokoska with Regional Animal Services. As they were looking into it as a cruelty case, they got another call the next day.
Very similar symptoms, the swelling of the face, the pressure necrosis indentations on the fur. And then a Good Samaritan found a 3rd puppy with the exact same indentations on its muzzle.
These 3 puppies, expected to be 4 to 5 month old coonhound mixes, were picked up in unincorporated Auburn on Monday and Tuesday.
We have photos of the dogs on mynorthwest.com. If you recognize them or have information that can help identify their owner, you are asked to call Regional Animal Services.
A deadly crash involving a moose shut down part of Highway 395 this week. This happened Monday night just north of Chewelah, about 45 minutes from Spokane. The State Patrol says a 41-year-old man hit a moose and later died at the hospital. His passenger was hurt but survived. Troopers think another car may have hit the moose after but didn't stop. This is already the 9th deadly crash this year in that district. Troopers remind drivers to stay alert for wildlife.
Tariffs are putting Christmas at risk for Seattle toy stores. According to Como TV, 77% of toys sold here come from China. Store owners like Josh Williams say the supply chain is a mess. His Queen Anne shop has 25% less inventory than normal. Tariffs now sit at 145% on some goods, and the Toy Association warns shelves may be bare this holiday season. Some stores are buying more now or turning to events and game nights to survive. They're asking the White House to drop tariffs on toys.
We're coming up on 7:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's going to be beautiful. Seeing some clouds this morning, but sunshine later, warming up to 64 today. Still looking for low to mid-70s tomorrow, and sunny skies for Friday. Still mostly sunny around 70, and then we do see a chance of showers returning on Saturday, mainly in the morning hours. Right now, it is partly sunny and 44 in Seattle.
And let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now. Here's Sully.
And we are working with a small crash in the Marysville area, right at the Tulalip exit at 88. Southbound I-5 over on the left shoulder. That's the reason we're running a little bit behind schedule, about 25 minutes from Arlington to Everett. And then you're going to have about an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, with close to 45 of those minutes just from Linwood. 405 is really heavy, bumper to bumper down through the 522 interchange. For I-5, it kind of meanders down towards 145th before loosening up. Coming the other direction, the Olympia to Tacoma drive at about 40 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle is a pretty typical hour drive at this point. About 35 of those minutes are from South Center, so that means the last couple of miles are going to be a little rough. Coming up the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 50-minute trip, and of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the northbound 167 hotline out of Auburn. It'll only save you 4 minutes. The Renton to Bellevue drive at about 35. Across the lake, we're still doing really well, and we had an earlier Hood Canal bridge lift, so plan on a little bit of braking you might see on either end of the bridge as we work through some of that. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through April, Lake Washington Windows is paying your sales tax, plus giving you 18 months to pay. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
It's now 7:13. That's time to check in with KIRO News Radio Morning Editor Katrina Gishard.
The FBI is looking into 3 different threats that put Cascade Valley Hospital on lockdown in the past weeks. Skagit Regional Health says both the FBI and Arlington Police believe the threats are part of a larger operation targeting hospitals beyond Washington. The hospital says it has more security now, remains open, and continues to accept patients. In Redmond, a bird's eye view helped catch a domestic violence suspect. Back on April 15th, Redmond police used a drone to help track the suspect to a bus stop. But when officers approached,
"You're under arrest right now." And he's running across the street.
The drone tracked the man to a wooded area at an apartment complex. Then the K-9 unit was called in to help.
"Don't run, the dog's gonna bite you. Stop now, you're gonna get bit."
From there, officers took him into custody.
Katrina, thank you. It's 7:14.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
House Democratic Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon joins us this morning for a look back at what turned out to be one of the most grueling legislative sessions in recent memory.
Yeah, from grappling with that multi-billion-dollar budget gap to sharp debates over rent control, taxes, parental rights, lawmakers faced some pretty hard choices this year.
And Fitzgibbon played a key role in negotiating the final budget deal. He's here to break it down for what it means for Washington's families. Thanks for being here, Joe. You said this session was one of the toughest you've been through. What made it so difficult?
First and foremost, the size of the budget shortfall that we had to grapple with made it a difficult session. We had somewhere between $12 and $16 billion in the operating budget alone, and then another $8 billion or so in the transportation budget to try that separated revenues that we expected to bring in and the expenditures that the Washingtonians were counting on in our public schools and our roads and our hospitals and our nursing homes and so forth. So that was the biggest thing. But there were some other things that made it difficult too. I would say the uncertainty and chaos at the federal government, I think, added a layer of confusion and stress for folks. We had a number of really difficult personal losses. Former Speaker Frank Chott passed away unexpectedly. Senator Bill Ramos passed away unexpectedly. And then the wife of Senator Chris Gildon, the Senate Republican lead on the operating budget, also passed away unexpectedly. So a lot of personal loss, a lot of chaos at the federal level. We had a brand new governor. All those things together definitely combined to make it a challenging session.
When you say chaos at the federal level, what do you mean by that? How was Washington affected?
Well, so certainly the loss of federal dollars that had been promised for specific things. For example, we lost millions of dollars for a flood control project in Aberdeen and Hoquiam. We lost nearly $100 million in investments in electric vehicle charging that the federal government had promised and that the new government took away. Lots of job losses in federal jobs. I think the Forest Service was particularly hard hit, Bureau of Land Management, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. A lot of job losses in areas that Washingtonians, people don't always know if a service is coming from the federal government or the state government. They just count on it to be there. And when their Social Security check is late, or doesn't show up at all, people wonder, whose fault that is. And so the state government has to try to pick up the slack in some cases. Deportations of law-abiding folks who have been living in Washington for decades. I just saw a news story about a owner of a food truck in Kennewick who showed up for a routine interview with ICE, and they told him they said they were deporting him, even though he was showing up for the interview that he regularly showed up to stay on the right side of the law. Plus the uncertainty over trade. Washington is the nation's #1 most trade dependent state, and so if we're in a trade war with Canada and China, that's not good news for the Washington economy. And the possibility that the Congress might cut Medicaid, that's the single biggest way in which the federal government contributes to state budgets, is through the Medicaid program for low-income people. And so all of that definitely made us a little bit more on edge and a little bit more nervous about the changes that might come down to our way from D.C.
And what does that mean budget-wise? Because we have all this uncertainty. We just had the president yesterday threatening sanctuary cities and states. What if we get even less federal money than expected? Does that mean you have to go back to the drawing board, or where would that stand?
Yeah, a lot of what the president says is just bluster and doesn't have any real law behind it. And so, he does threaten a lot of things that we don't really think he has the legal authority to follow through on. What we do really worry about are two things. One is tariffs, which Congress seems to have totally rolled over and let the president impose tariffs, even though that's never really been, in the past, that's always been something that Congress had to do, but they're really just letting Trump impose tariffs on questionable legal ground. That could really hurt our economy. I think is already hurting our economy, but we're going to start to see that show up in more and more ways. And then if Congress does choose to enact really severe budget cuts that could harm healthcare in particular, but also education and roads and some of the other big investments that we make.
We're speaking with House Democratic Leader Joe Fitzgibbon. Let's bring it back to the state level now. You said raise revenue, which of course means taxes. Final budget raised several taxes. Yeah. How did you decide what to do there?
No taxes are fun or easy. Every tax that you pay, that we enact and that people pay, has an impact, and we don't take that lightly. So what we tried to do is focus the taxes that we did enact on people and businesses that had the most ability to pay. We know businesses really do count on a lot of the investments that we make as a state. And so we asked businesses, primarily the biggest businesses in our state, to pay more to pay for those shared services. So other than the estate tax and the capital gains tax, which only the very wealthiest Washingtonians pay, all the other taxes that we increased were taxes on businesses, and particularly the biggest, highest grossing businesses in the state. We know those are important businesses too. We're not happy to be raising taxes on big companies, but we do know that, they have a little bit more ability to pay and more to count on in terms of our education systems and our public safety systems.
How do you respond to Republican criticism that new taxes will make life even less affordable for working families?
A couple of things that we know would make things less affordable would be less access to long-term care when you need it if you're a senior or somebody with a long-term disability. Less affordable higher education. We did not increase tuition. We managed to continue the best student financial aid programs of any 50 states. We know that increased costs for higher ed, increased costs for healthcare, for childcare, also impact affordability, and those are things that the state has worked and is continuing to work to make more affordable for people. From our Republican colleagues, we heard a lot of criticism of the state budget and say, oh, you should just cut more. And every time we had proposed a specific cut, they opposed it. So they oppose increasing revenue. They also oppose all the cuts that we had to make this year in order to balance the budget.
Politics is a very divisive game these days. Were there any signs during this session that you will be able to work together in the future?
Oh, yeah. The majority of the bills that we pass with bipartisan support. The ones that tend to get the most attention and take up the most time are the ones where we're not in agreement. And so those tend to really attract the attention. But there's lots of examples of bipartisan cooperation.
Well, State House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon, thank you for spending a little time with us. And listen, I was saying during the session, man, I wish the Democratic leadership would join us because a lot of what we were getting was from Republicans, and we really want to have your point of view on the show. So I'm hoping the next session you can take some time out of your busy schedule to join us.
I'll do my best. I look forward to it. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Manda.
Okay, you heard it. We're going to hold him to that, right?
Yeah. We want to bring both sides to the table here.
That's what we do. So you've heard from the Democrats. Coming up at 8:08 this morning, House Republican Deputy Leader Chris Corey will join us here on Seattle's Morning News.
It's 7:22, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we've settled into a somewhat average day on our roads right now. The heaviest brake lights definitely away from Linwood. I-5 is bumper to bumper through Mount Lake Terrace and then kind of extending into the shoreline. I-405 is heavy all the way from Canyon Park down into the 522 interchange, and westbound 522 is really slow trying to get through Woodinville, trying to tie into 405. We've got hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. A little bit further to the north, we're still dealing with the remnants of a little fender bender over on the left shoulder right around 88 as you work your way down through Marysville. We've got about a 25-minute trip from Arlington into Everett. The northbound 405 drive is really slow now through the S-curves up past 44th. It's a little bit better over into Bellevue, but overall 35 minutes to make the drive from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway closer to 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 plus out of Puyallup. 18 over Tiger Mountain has become a bumper-to-bumper mess every day through the construction zone down to I-90, so that's up to its usual self today. Looking at northbound to I-5, we might have a crash kind of in that same area where we had that semi-fire yesterday. This just kind of popped up all red on the map, kind of impacting both directions, so I'm going to check into that right in that same spot. Olympia to Tacoma is running right around 42 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 10. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
When you said settling into average, I thought, oh gosh, that's positive. And then I hear you talking.
Well, average, and then there are a couple of outliers. Good, yeah, it's a bell curve. Right. Some people bring it down, some people bring it up.
The weather's going to be nice. We know that. Sunshine by afternoon, if you're not seeing it already. 63 the high, 74 for tomorrow in the sunshine. Friday, still mostly sunny, around 70, and then showers return on Saturday morning. It's 46 in Seattle now.
More of our day's top stories on the way. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What a morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Right now at Les Schwab Tires, it's the Best for Less sales event. Save up to $120 instantly on a set of 4 tires. Choose from a wide selection of some of our longest-lasting, best-performing tires. Plus, you'll get America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just another way you'll get more from less. Stop by a store or shop online at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at proscope.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's proscope.com.
When the heat's in 11,
Cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer.
Because that heat's a real bummer.
dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net. Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Jazz Alley welcomes the Joey Alexander Trio and special guest trumpeter Theo Croker. Live May 1st through May 4th, featuring Chris Funn on bass and Jonathan Barber on drums. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. President Trump putting the spotlight on King County during a rally last night to celebrate his first 100 days in office.
To highlight his immigration policy, the president talked about the brutal gang-related attack on a woman in Burien in January. We get more live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
This happened during Trump's rally in Michigan.
Just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Trendiragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand.
You might remember that case that he's talking about. King County Sheriff's Captain Stan Seo told us in January, alleged Venezuelan gang members kidnapped a 58-year-old woman, then drove her around the state for several hours.
Kicking her, punching her, on top of, using a cordless power drill to drill her hand in order to get information from her.
A violent crime. Investigators say the suspects were trying to get the victim's personal and financial information. Eventually, detectives say the man threw her over a retaining wall on the side of I-90 in Kittitas County and shot her. She survived, and she is recovering. The suspects were recently arraigned, and they remain behind bars. ICE agents have started the process to take them into federal custody now.
Thank you, Luke. It's 7:32. Pierce County will limit how much it helps with federal immigration enforcement. This is after a close 4-3 council vote last night. According to Como TV, the new rule bans county support for most immigration surveillance programs. Supporters say it protects people from being targeted based on race or status. Sheriff Keith Swank says it may block his department from working with federal agencies. He called the policy illegal and urged to focus on public safety instead.
A man is under arrest after a deadly motorcycle crash in Roy. Deputies say the guy was drunk and giving rides without helmets. This happened Friday night on Highway 507. The 26-year-old crashed while speeding. He survived, but the 21-year-old woman riding with him died at the scene. Deputies say he showed up to a party and offered people rides. He had no helmet for himself or anyone else. He's now facing charges for DUI and vehicular homicide.
An Auburn woman is charged with vehicular homicide after a crash that left her child dead. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
Authorities tell KIRO 7 her 12-year-old son, who was not wearing a seatbelt at the time, was thrown from the vehicle and killed. This happened along Southeast 416th Street between Enumclaw and Auburn early Sunday morning. The car hit a ditch, and the impact sent it 150 feet into the air. Now, the mother reportedly told investigators that her son's girlfriend was driving, but only she and her son were at the scene, and the mother did not provide police with the girlfriend's name. In the wreckage, officers found an empty vodka bottle. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:34, and that's time to get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What do you have for us this time, Sully?
I'm looking at the exact same camera picture that I was looking at all morning yesterday. Tacoma, northbound I-5, right at 84th. there in South Tacoma. We have a crash now blocking multiple lanes northbound. It's primarily there. I mean, it's right where the truck fire happened yesterday, almost, within like 100 yards of it. And so we've got the big backup there. Again, it looks like 3 out of 4 lanes are blocked at this point with the fire trucks just getting there. This has also created a backup in the southbound direction because the inside left lane there is blocked as well.
Is there anything funky there, like construction?
No, it's just a sweeping kind of left-hand turn right there where 512 gets off to the right. Yeah, there's nothing out of the ordinary there. That's. But again, we have a big issue going on right now. The response is pretty huge, at least in the northbound direction. We're already up to 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, and we're getting closer to 45 as well going southbound from Tacoma to Olympia. The rest of the map is about what you might expect. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. That's 35 up to South Center, 35 from Valley Freeway, over 50 minutes now with a solid 30 out of Auburn, and then 45 from Renton to Bellevue. We're really grinding today. A little bit of easing up in Marysville past the scene of a crash at 88th, 22 minutes from Arlington to Everett, and then well over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Cage-free eggs are good, range-free better. Mobile pasture-raised eggs are the best. Choose the best for your family, locally fresh. Wilcox Family Farms Eggs.
And the forecast looks just gorgeous today. Highs in the mid-60s, mid-70s with a lot of sun tomorrow. On Friday, upper 60s, pushing 70. We cool back down to the mid-50s. A chance of showers on Saturday, just cool and cloudy on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's 50 at 7:36.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's 7:36. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCouple that she's very confident the people arrested for stealing her purse are undocumented migrants. From the information that has been shared with me so far in the investigation, she said these are career criminals. Noem sat down with DeCouple this week.
There have been arrests in this case. How confident are you that the people arrested were indeed undocumented migrants?
Very confident from the information that has been shared with me so far in the investigation, and I understand that they've been talking to them and getting information and getting these are career criminals. They have perpetuated crimes against many people in this country for many years illegally.
Is it just a coincidence that they happened to pick your purse?
I believe so. We were with a big family and 4 kids under the age of 4. I had it right between my feet. But he was professional in how he took it. And, we're just glad that now that he's in custody because of so many other crimes he's committed. He worked with other people to do this and has been doing it for years. So, this is what Americans shouldn't have to live with. It's not about me and it's not about my family as much as it is about that people live in communities that have been going through this for many, many years. So the more that we can bring these people in and have them face consequences and get them out of our country, the safer America will be.
That's DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
Regional Animal Services of King County says 3 puppies were found abused and abandoned. Sergeant Rebecca Smakoska with Regional Animal Services tells KIRO 7 TV the first call came in Monday, and they got another call yesterday.
We get a second call for a puppy that was brought to a vet clinic that had very similar symptoms, the swelling of the face, the pressure necrosis indentations on the fur. And then another person, a Good Samaritan, found a third puppy with the exact same indentations on its muzzle.
So we have photos of the dogs on mynorthwest.com. If you recognize the puppies, have any information that can help identify their owner, you are asked to call Regional Animal Services.
There were fewer shots fired in King County in the first quarter of this year compared to last year, and the trend is downward. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
King County's shots fired report indicates 13 people were killed by gun violence, 47 were injured, and there were 278 shots fired in the first quarter. The majority of those shots fired happened in Seattle, followed closely by shots fired in the South End, although shots fired there are also down significantly. King County Prosecuting Attorney Lisa Mannion says
King County has just experienced the safest start to a new year that we've had in the past 5 years.
While crime is down across the board, youth-related gun violence continues to be a problem. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
7:39. How much would you pay for a new bed? Swedish luxury bed company Hastings announced yesterday is opening a showroom in downtown Bellevue.
Why do I know how to pronounce it? Because Drake bought a bed here, and it was in the news.
Oh, okay.
Because it was so very expensive.
Drake, the musical.
Yeah.
Okay.
His bed was $200,000.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the store opens in July, first in the Pacific Northwest. So they founded in 1852. Okay, let's just get to this.
Yeah.
The beds cost $5,200 to more than...
Wait for it.
$650,000.
Do I want a bed or a house?
Yeah.
Bed or a house?
I paid much less for my house than $650 large. Company uses materials like horsehair, organic cotton wool, slow-grown Swedish pine.
Lovely.
Yeah, I cannot afford that.
They have pillows and quilts and linen and headboards and mattress protectors, too. I wonder how much those cost.
Well, you could just go to the Walmart and you get one of them inflatable mattresses.
Aren't you just a little bit curious? I'm probably going to check it out when they open.
Okay.
I'm going to lay on one of them.
$650,000. Sully, you are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's coming up?
Well, we're looking at a new crash right in the same spot as yesterday's semi-fire. This one blocking 3 lanes now, northbound I-5 in South Tacoma. We'll break it down for you next.
This is June, whose problem was arthritis in her knees.
Even simple things like drying my hair in the morning, I have to lean against the counter.
So June decided to look into stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. And why Dr. Wagner?
I have a good friend. He went to Dr. Wagner and he had stem cell in his knee and he did really well with it. So we did my left knee first and I couldn't believe the ease of it. And my staff couldn't even believe it. They saw a difference in my walking the next week.
Really? What about that?
So yeah, that was pretty amazing. Now I've had 2 staff members who have watched me and they decided to go to Dr. Wagner.
So what would you say is the best thing that stem cell therapy has given back to you?
I don't have grandchildren yet. So my other goal is that I will be able to be down on the ground with these grandchildren when they come.
I just hope those kids are ready. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
7:43, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and Sully's keeping an eye on the roads for us. Are we starting in Tacoma again?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Trying to get a look at what we're dealing with here, but we've got multiple lanes blocked now on northbound I-5. 3 lanes blocked, the 3 left lanes. Only the right lane is getting open, right there at 84th in South Tacoma. This is, within spitting distance of where that semi-fire was yesterday. And this is also, again, looks like it has thrown some debris into the southbound lanes, and we have a southbound inside lane, left lane blocked as well. So we're already up to 45 to 50 minutes now to go from the Olympia area into Tacoma, and we're also seeing about a 2-mile backup southbound, making that drive from Tacoma to Olympia about 45 minutes, which is about a 15-minute delay. Westbound 512 is now getting caught up in this because you're driving right into the backup, kind of like we did yesterday. Hoping to get more information from the State Patrol here, but there's a lot of activity right around this. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle at about an hour and 15 minutes, 40 of those minutes from South Center. Valley Freeway well over 50, and Renton to Bellevue's 45 to 50 as the S-curves are really heavy at this point. Coming across the lake, I-90 starting to heat up a little bit westbound. We got about 23-minute trip from Bellevue to Seattle. 520, though, wide open. Coming down from the north end, hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue with at least 50 of those minutes away from Linwood. So you guys are into your typical Wednesday grind. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Click on Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe, and you can get fresh video content daily.
It's going to be a lovely day. Sunshine eventually, if you're not already seeing it. 63 our high. Still looking for a nice warm day tomorrow. Sunshine and 74. And then on Friday, still mostly sunny. Just shy of 70. We'll cool off and see some showers on Saturday. Right now, partly sunny and 46 in Seattle.
KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gashard here now with some local headlines. Good morning, Katrina.
Good morning, Charlie. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown has joined a multi-state lawsuit challenging President Trump's move to dismantle AmeriCorps. The program provides volunteers with housing, meals, and education benefits, but now its future is uncertain. Trump issued an executive order back in February, and since then, AmeriCorps staff has been cut by nearly 85%. Someone got busted for driving in the HOV lane with a mannequin in the front seat. I just had to do it. Well, Washington State Patrol says this happened on northbound I-5 yesterday morning. The driver told troopers this was the only way he'd be able to use the lane. Obviously, a mannequin does not count as a passenger. Under current state law, the fine for your first HOV violation is $186, but a stunt like this will cost you extra about $200.
$200.
I didn't know until right now, well, this morning, about that extra fine if you have a dummy.
Ooh,
I just assumed it was an HOV infraction.
No. They nail you.
How did I not know that?
Nail you
because
for
you're
being
a rule
dishonest
follower.
and tricky.
Why would you know that?
I am a rule follower.
Yeah. So if you have a dummy in your front seat.
Again, let's be clear. A non-living dummy.
Okay.
I see where you were going, right? I knew where you were going.
All right, be nice. Coming up, we've been talking a lot about the ports of Seattle and Tacoma. Well, the Port of Los Angeles is bracing for a dramatic slowdown, and we're going to talk to CBS correspondent Carter Evans about that next.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really three keys to a great game plan with us. Number one is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number one. Do you have the right coverage? Number two, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the three keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
7:50 on this Wednesday morning, along with Manda Factor. I'm Charlie Harger.
Well, word that shipping volume at the Port of Los Angeles is expected to drop more than 35% next week because of the U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods, prompting major retailers to halt imports from China.
And there's concern this may lead to fewer product options and higher prices for consumers in the coming weeks. And no resolution in sight in this trade dispute between the U.S. and China. Joining us live is Carter Evans with CBS News at the Port of L.A. Carter, just set the scene here. What is it like there? We know here at the Port of Seattle, for example, we are seeing fewer shipping containers come in.
Yes, and I think that trend is going to continue over the next couple of weeks, and it's going to increase substantially. I think people haven't really seen the results of these tariffs yet on the shelves at stores. I mean, you go to the store and pretty much everything you need is still there, and it seems like it's pretty much the same price. But if you want to get an idea of what's coming in the future, you look to the ports where those items are being shipped in. And right now what we're finding is that fewer and fewer and fewer ships are leaving from China right now, and that means fewer will be arriving at ports in about 2 weeks. It takes about 2 weeks to cross the Pacific there. So we can really anticipate when these deliveries are going to slow down. And if fewer ships are bringing fewer products in the next couple of weeks, well, as soon as the warehouses that are here with those products already stacked inside, as soon as those run out, we will start to see empty shelves.
Are people already stockpiling things, Carter?
Yes, we're finding that a lot of businesses have been stockpiling. In fact, the ports of Tacoma and Seattle, first 3 months of the year, they saw about a 25% increase in shipping. And the reason for that is a lot of these importers realized that this tariff war was coming, and they wanted to buy as much product as they could before those tariffs went into place. I talked to some toy store owners because 80% of toys in the U.S. generally come from China. One of them I talked to, now this is a small toy store owner, she maxed out credit cards and bought $500,000 worth of inventory, and that will get her through the summer. But after that, she's facing this 145% tariff, a 145% increase. So let's say you have a container packed with $100,000 worth of Chinese goods. When it arrives here, you have to pay an extra $145,000 just to pick it up. She can't raise the price of her toys that much. So right now, and this is what I find a lot of business owners are doing, because there's been so much back and forth in Washington with this issue, the tariffs are on, the tariffs are off. People have essentially hit the pause button on ordering, hoping that this situation works itself out before they have to pay those high tariffs.
Carter, we have about 45 seconds left, but this is not items like, say, paper towels that we saw shortages of during COVID. What would we expect to see shortages of if this continues for an extended period of time?
Well, goods that come from China, which are a lot of consumer goods, washing machines, things like that, small appliances, small kitchen appliances, air fryers, toys, all of the things that we would find in, say, a Target or a Walmart. A significant number of those items come from China. So those are the types of items that you can expect to see impacted. Anything that has production in China and makes its way across the ocean.
Carter, thank you very much for the update. Carter Evans with CBS News.
7:53 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Sully is keeping a concerned eye on the roads.
Yeah, we're looking at the same spot I was yesterday at this time. Northbound I-5 right at South Tacoma at 84th. The crash that we had there, the fire trucks and ambulances now moved out of the way. So just the far left lane is blocked there at 84th. This is a rollover, one person transported. We're looking at an hour drive now from Olympia to Tacoma. That is about double the normal travel time right through that area. Plus, we have the normal stuff down to the south. Going southbound, the far left lane is also blocked, is right there at that same spot. So we're losing a couple of minutes now coming out of Tacoma, heading down into Lakewood. Speaking of Lakewood, westbound 512 is jammed up from Highway 7 because you were driving right into that crash scene. I'm hoping this will dissipate a little quicker. Looking at hour and 20-minute drive now from Federal Way to Seattle, 40 minutes into South Center, 40 minutes from. We're really, really struggling on that corridor. There is a little gap through South Center and Tukwila up to about the beginnings of Boeing Field, but that's it. Renton to Bellevue, 45 minutes, and behind that, 50 from Puyallup to Renton. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Very heavy braking away from Linwood today, but nothing out of the ordinary. And a little bit up to the north, we're still struggling past the scene of a little fender bender over on the left shoulder by 88th in Tulalip. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farm Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package for healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
We are starting to see some sunshine, warming up to 63 for today. Still looking for a high of 74 tomorrow. Right now it's 46 in Seattle.
Coming up, we hear from House Republicans, their reaction to the budget that was passed by the legislature over the weekend, and next steps. That's on the way on Seattle's Morning News.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
It's an exciting night at my house last night. Nick came home. She's all excited. This shirt she found was $80. So she's sitting there talking to me, and all of a sudden she goes, I can't breathe. Cut me out of it. I was like, cut you out of it? It was $80. I got it for $11. Why'd you even buy it? Because it was $80. I got it for $11. I knew it wouldn't fit, but it was so cheap.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is officially here, and with it comes some unpredictable Pacific Northwest weather. This time of year, heavy rain can be especially tough on an old roof. An unexpected roof leak can be stressful. If your roof does spring a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed. And we offer this leak stop service year-round, so you're never left scrambling for a bucket on your own. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. Our estimates are straightforward. We'll provide you with an honest assessment of your roof's condition, along with our best price right from the start, all within about an hour of when we arrive. Call Valentine Roofing today, and we can get your roof replacement started with our priority scheduling. For roof replacements, repairs, and cleaning, call Valentine Roofing today at 206 Roofing. That's 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
See the new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort, and they start at just $80,000. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Recession fears loom as the government reports the economy shrank 0.3% over the first 3 months of the year, the first drop in 3 years. White House economic advisor Peter Navarro.
With the numbers today, is we had a fairly extraordinary surge of imports that was totally driven by the rest of the world trying to get their products in here before the tariffs took full hold.
In L.A., CBS's Carter Evans has more on the buying of imported goods in the first quarter.
At the Game Chest, owner Mariam Ahamami has been stockpiling toys and games that arrived before the tariffs.
So I'm buying what I think I'll sell between now and September.
80% of her merchandise comes from China, and board games are her biggest seller.
On social media, President Trump said the report had nothing to do with tariffs and blamed it on what he called Biden overhang. The government also said inflation cooled last month, consumer prices up 2.3% from 1 year ago. A Vermont judge this morning ordered the release of Mohsen Madawi from detention, the Palestinian man who was arrested by ICE at his U.S. citizenship interview.
Home is where you feel safe and loved, and those who surround you there are your people, and you are my people.
U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments on what would be the nation's first religious, taxpayer-funded charter school. James Campbell is the Charter School Board's attorney in Oklahoma.
This court has held 3 times in the last 8 years that when a state creates a public program and invites private actors, it can't exclude people or groups because they're religious.
They're cleaning up in parts of western Pennsylvania after yesterday's fierce storms that are blamed for at least 2 deaths. CBS News meteorologist Jessica Birch says rough weather is expected in parts of the nation's midsection today.
Over 100 million people today alone are gearing up for flash flooding risk, ranging from Dallas, Texas, over into St. Louis, Missouri, across the Ohio Valley as we head into the evening hours tonight.
Much talked about changes are beginning to take hold at Southwest Airlines. Tomorrow, some planes will start flying that offer more legroom. CBS's Chris Van Cleve says what's ahead next month won't be so popular.
Starting in late May, just after Memorial Day, most Southwest passengers will have to pay to check a bag. That's a huge change. The airline says frequent flyers, credit card holders, and certain higher fare levels will still get that perk for free.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 344 points. The S&P is off 64. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
It's 8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And we have a problem in the same spot we did yesterday in South Tacoma, right at 84th. We've got a crash in the left-hand lane right there on northbound I-5, and there's also a left lane blocked in the southbound direction. This crash was a rollover. The car is still there on its side. So we have an hour drive from Olympia to Tacoma. That is a 30-minute delay at this point, and we have about a 45 to 50-minute trip from Tacoma to Olympia with the heavy brake lights lights there right by the mall as you get past that. And also caught up in this, just like yesterday, westbound 512 is jammed up trying to get to I-5 past Highway 7 or Pacific Ave. Northbound 167 is seeing heavy braking now past Stewart and Jovita, checking to see if we might have something new there. But we're well over 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, probably an hour. And then Renton to Bellevue's at 50 minutes. We just can't catch a break lately. Hour and 15-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, 45 of that from South Center. West Seattle Bridge also caught up into it, but not as bad as yesterday. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. All the braking there starts in Linwood. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
8:04 on Seattle's Morning News. Good morning. I'm Charlie Harger along with Manda Factor.
Pierce County detectives are on the scene of a homicide right now. They say a 16-year-old has been arrested on suspicion of murder.
Also developing this morning, we have new information on two deadly shooting investigations, one in Tacoma, one in Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey here with the latest. Luke.
Okay, let's start in Pierce County. Pierce County deputies say early this morning at an apartment complex on 76th Street Court East, that's in unincorporated Pierce County, there was a domestic dispute between a 16-year-old's mother and her boyfriend. Deputy Carly Capetto says at some point the teenager stabbed the boyfriend.
The 16-year-old male that had stabbed him was taken into custody and has been booked into Raymond Hall for murder in the second degree.
Capetto says the boyfriend was rushed to the hospital but later died. Seattle police need your help finding a wanted man in connection to a homicide. Police say Ayub Muhammad is considered armed and dangerous and on the run. Earlier this month, a 40-year-old victim was shot and killed inside an apartment in the First Hill neighborhood there. And in Tacoma, police have arrested a 26-year-old man on suspicion of a deadly double shooting in the Salishan neighborhood. One man died and a woman was taken to the hospital in stable condition. This was the third shooting in that neighborhood in just 1 week.
Thank you, Luke. It's 8:05. Most Seattle voters say the city is making progress against crime. Concern about public safety dropped 10 points in a new Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce poll. Here's Chamber President Rachel Smith.
People are feeling significantly safer visiting downtown at night, and nearly half believe that we've made progress on public safety.
Coming up in about 7 minutes, Heather Botch will have more details on this new survey.
And we told you earlier this week, so far this year, the city of Seattle has hired 60 new police officers. That compares to 84 in all of last year. Mayor Bruce Harrell and Police Chief Sean Barnes celebrated that news. But Seattle Police Officer Guild President Mike Solon tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH the numbers are higher because the standards have been lowered.
But we're also welcoming at least the department and the city's effort to get people into a uniform to help serve the community.
He is concerned about how many of the new applicants might not make it past the background check or through training. We have reached out to SPD for comment.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Thanks for being here with us. It's Wednesday morning, and earlier this morning, we spoke with Democratic House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon about the grueling legislative session that just wrapped up.
House Republican Deputy Leader Chris Corey is with us now to give his party's view on this year's session. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Excellent.
Chris, thank you for joining us. So your party pushed back hard against the new taxes, but the Democrats, at the end of the day, they had the votes, and now taxes are going up in Washington State. Your Democratic colleagues called it a grueling session. Would you agree with it being a grueling session?
Yeah, in the 7 sessions I've been there, this was by far the most difficult and longest one.
Why is that? What made it so challenging?
I really believe that some of the progressives that came into the legislature this year thought they had a mandate for more taxes, just more far left policies, and kind of shed a lot of the collaboration we've seen in prior years and just tried to push for policies that I think were really outside the mainstream. And that takes a toll on you when you're there 2, 3, 4 in the morning, 4 or 5 days in a row when you're fighting these things.
And you were sharply critical. We saw all sorts of stuff from you about the new taxes, including in the budget. What would a Republican budget have looked like had it gotten passed?
So both the House and the Senate Republicans had versions of budgets that showed basically a way for Washington to move forward with no new taxes. There was kind of this mantra created before session even began that Washington was headed into a budget crisis, and it couldn't have been further from the truth. Revenues were still growing. It's just our spending had been out of control. And so the crisis was really that they needed more taxes just to keep growing spending, which even though they claimed to cut the budget, which they did, they cut some programs, they ended up still growing the budget by 8% over the next 2 years. So the Republican version of that was go back to core functions of government, stop reckless spending. There were some programs that need to be delayed. And one of them, frankly, one of the things that Governor Inslee left us on his way out the door was a huge $4 billion contract with state workers that was not feasible at the time, and that was what drove a lot of this new taxes, and it definitely increased the budget spend.
And Chris, Republicans argue these tax increases are going to hurt working families. Who's going to feel it first?
You're going to see it up and down once these go into effect. So if you're a low-income Washingtonian and you rely on some different state programs, you may see some delays there. One of the areas that was cut was maternal care, postpartum care. They cut some different welfare TANF reimbursement payments. And then you're going to start seeing it at the pump. I mean, I think that's the next place. We've got a huge tax increase coming down the line for both gas and diesel. Sales tax is expanding. So if you're a renter or even a homeowner that has storage units, you're now going to see that subject to more taxes. So those costs are going to go up. And it's just going to be, along with everything else going on the federal level, it's just going to be that tick, tick, tick where we're expanding the state's reach into your pocketbook.
Now, Governor Ferguson says he likes a lot of the budget, but he's also going to review it line by line. Do you expect him to make any line item vetoes that Republicans would agree with?
Yeah, I do. If the message from Governor Ferguson at his inaugural address holds true, that he's looking to reform government and to control spending, he's going to do that, right? He had a red line about $12 billion in new taxes being far too much. Well, what we're ending up with is, maybe a little bit less than that, but still way too much for Washington's needs. And so I hope to see him stand up to that. It's going to be difficult for him. Obviously, he had a lot of headbutting with the majority party this session. But I hope he sticks to his guns, not just for me as a Republican, but I just think it's good public policy for us to not get ahead of our skis with this much spending.
When we were chatting with the majority leader, Joe Fitzgibbon, he pointed out that the big fights get the most attention, right? Things you don't agree on. But he seemed kind of optimistic about the prospect of bipartisanship in the future. Are you?
I mean, it's issue by issue, right? I think there were some really good examples this session where there was a push to come in and do it one way. And when the Democrats actually sat down with myself and others on the Republican side and worked on things, we actually were able to come up with much better policy. I think a great example of that was the initial proposed closure of the Rainier School, which is a RHC down in the South Sound. And they basically, ran a bill, got all the way to the House that said, we're going to close it next year. And my colleagues argued that this was just a reckless way to close the school. It was going to put some of our most vulnerable residents at potential risk for death and other harms. And so we spent 3 days working late nights trying to figure out a way to get to a point where we could avoid those devastating impacts. And sure enough, we were able to do it. And it was a good reminder, and I continually try to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we can do really good things that are not painful, that are bipartisan if you include us from the beginning. And so, again, I hope that continues in the future. I'd like to see it with more things. I think if Republicans were in the room when the budget was being crafted, we could have provided some valuable insight instead of from being on the outside looking in. And we will continue to push and remind the majority party of that.
Chris, we just have a moment left here, but the Democrats in the last hour, they told the audience that they felt they did a good, important job for the people of the state of Washington. What's the one message you want voters to remember about how Republicans approach this session?
So I think it's become more and more clear that the Republicans in Washington state are looking out for working class Washingtonians, that every battle we fought, everything we're trying to push for was to protect, your low and middle income Washingtonians trying to make ends meet here in the state. And that was whether it was around crime and public safety, making sure that people could feel safe in their neighborhoods, that there was adequate law enforcement and judicial resources for those, whether it was cost of living, trying to fight and push back against, these taxes that are going to make Washington more regressive. I think that those were the two big messages for us, that it really is us trying to look out for, everyday Washingtonians. Were, oftentimes in Washington state, the national politics kind of overshadow and come into the forefront, but that was not our focus in Olympia. Our focus was how do we improve the lives of people in our state through trying to limit the government and figure out ways where the government should be engaged, right? Whether it's crime and public safety, like I mentioned earlier, that they would be there. But other than that, it's let's get out of the people's way. Let's make sure that our job creators can create those good working class jobs for families across the state.
Chris, I hope you get to rest for a while. Thanks for joining us this morning. House Republican Deputy Leader Chris Corey. If you missed our earlier conversation with the Democratic House Majority Leader Joe Fitzgibbon, you can hear both of these on mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:15, and we head over to the weather forecast first. The State Roofing Exteriors brings it to us. We expect a high in the mid-60s today, partly sunny, mostly sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-70s, upper 60s to low 70s on Friday. So a nice patch of weather in front of us. Right now in Seattle, 46 and cloudy at 8:15.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Suddenly it got pretty busy, Sully.
Yeah, it did. We're still working with this crash in South Tacoma, right at 84th. We have the brake lights right there. The left lane is blocked, continues to be so. This is a rollover crash, and we've got about a 25 to 30 minute delay from Olympia to Tacoma. That's running right at about an hour. Good news is that the southbound direction left lane has reopened. The travel time from the Tacoma area into Olympia is running right around 40, so about a 10-minute delay there. Also caught up in this, of course, is westbound 512. Rest of the map, about what you would expect. We've got about an hour and 15 from Federal Way to Seattle, about 55 from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, a shade under 50. Coming down from the north end, hour and 10-minute trips, hour and 15-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Manda, look who's here.
Who?
Heather Bosch.
Hi, Heather.
It's always great having you stop by, Heather. And you have a new survey that just came out. We were talking about it earlier this morning, and we were like, we have to get Heather in to tell us about this survey from people in Seattle about how they're feeling about the city and some of the policies being implemented.
Yeah, Charlie, this is the 8th survey commissioned by the Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce. The most significant change, concern about public safety, dropped nearly 10 points compared to their last poll. Chamber President Rachel Smith.
People are feeling significantly safer visiting downtown at night, and nearly half believe that we've made progress on public safety.
85% of registered voters surveyed say they feel safe visiting downtown during the day. 45% feel comfortable there at night. Homelessness remains the top concern, but the survey also found
more Seattleites believe the city has made progress on reducing encampments than they did just 6 months ago.
Even so, sentiment about the homeless crisis remained essentially unchanged compared to the last survey.
These matter a lot, especially addressing public safety and homelessness in keeping our local economy healthy.
So Seattleites are seeing progress on a couple of fronts, but there are other concerns.
73% of voters agree that businesses in Seattle are closing down down or leaving for nearby cities because the cost of doing business has gotten so high here.
She says most want city leaders to make it easier to start and operate a small business in Seattle and to encourage the creation of family wage jobs in the city. Now, some of this can be controlled at the local level, but this year, voters were asked about the Trump administration and its policies.
9 out of 10 Seattle voters think things in the United States have gotten pretty seriously off on the wrong track.
That's Andrew Tebow with Fulcrum Strategic, which conducted the survey.
Voters are deeply concerned about a potential recession. 9 out of 10 voters. 3 out of 4 are strongly concerned.
84% say Trump's policies have them worried about their own personal finances. Smith says those surveyed don't want city leaders to be distracted by what's happening at the national level. They want them to keep making progress on local issues, but they don't want local leaders to sit idly by either.
Voters want leaders to oppose the Trump administration when there is overreach or when their activities don't align with our Seattle values.
For instance, 67% believe local leaders should protect DEI policies. 72% say they should join lawsuits against the Trump administration when they think there is federal government overreach. Finally, when asked if they're proud to be a Seattleite, 80% said, yeah. Up 4 points.
That makes me happy. I'm a city girl. I love Seattle so much.
Yes.
So I'm glad that's improving.
Yeah, and I have to say I've noticed a difference because I tend to like to walk down to Pike Place Market on the weekend, and I have noticed fewer tents, fewer people that seem to be struggling with drug addiction and things like that, and just more people overall downtown.
Yeah, well, let's hope that continues, and it's a positive impact on all of us.
Still work to do, but there's progress.
All right. Heather Bosch, thank you. So you got to stop by more often, Heather.
That would be nice.
Yeah, it's 8:20 here on Seattle's Morning News. I want to turn here to a story. We brought you an interview about a month and a half ago with the folks at Imagination Library. They were concerned this would happen, and now it has happened. More than 120,000 kids may stop getting free books in Washington because the new state budget does not include money for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. A group says that decision puts the future of the program in jeopardy. According to the Imagination Library, they need $2 million to keep going. They send free books to kids every month from birth to age 5. Brooke Fisher-Clark, who we spoke to, she runs a program. She calls a budget cut heartbreaking. They are now asking the public to donate to keep the books coming.
If I remember correctly, Dolly Parton herself came to visit when this kicked off.
It was about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. And really, this gets down to childhood literacy. And when they have a program like this in effect, that just improves results throughout the child's life, their school career. Ultimately, having a literate population helps the state economy.
Perhaps they'll find a way to save it. Demand for electricity in the Northwest could double in the next 20 years. That's the latest projection from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. They say growth will come from data centers, electric cars, and clean energy. The council predicts annual demand could grow by as much as 3.1%. Washington alone will use more power than Oregon, Idaho, and Montana combined. The grid's already under strain from aging infrastructure and supply chain issues. The council says it will study wind, solar, and storage to help meet demand. A final energy plan is expected next year.
All right, it's 8:21, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And Sully, it's like Groundhog Day here.
Yeah, it is. The good news is it's not as bad as it was yesterday, but still it is very difficult for folks trying to get from Olympia into Tacoma. We have a crash basically right where that semi caught fire yesterday on northbound I-5 right at 84th in South Tacoma. It is blocking the left-hand lane. This is a rollover. They're in the process of trying to get this thing righted and out of there. But we have a backup that extends almost to the main gate at JBLM, maybe a little bit north of that. But we're looking at an hour drive from Olympia into Tacoma. That is 30 minutes longer than it should be. And we are also seeing a very heavy braking in westbound 512 as you work your way from Parkland over to I-5. That's because you're driving right into the backup. backup. Southbound drivers, much better drive for you guys. The left lane has reopened in that same spot. They had it blocked as well just to give the emergency responders a little extra room on either side of the Jersey barrier, but so not much of a backup heading out of Tacoma now. Most of Pierce County, other than that, is doing much better. Northbound I-5, seeing the brake lights from Federal Way up past 188th, and then a little gap, and then you hit it really hard at the north end, or beginning of Boeing Field, about 40 minutes from South Center into downtown, puts us at about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 from Federal Way. Valley Freeway still over 50 minutes. The heaviest spot there now from about 212th and Kent all the way up to 405. And Rented to Bellevue, 50 minutes. Those S-curves are just not moving today. And then you hit it over the top of I-90 into Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, we're trying to get a little bit better on southbound I-5, especially through Mount Lake Terrace. But then you hit the brakes again getting into the U District. We've got about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, about an hour and 10 as well from Everett to Bellevue as the brake lights there kind of give up right around 522 and Bothell, a little bit in Totem Lake, but after that, not bad. The lake bridges are hanging in there. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logo to payroll, uniforms, floor mats, and more. Visit suplinen.com.
Our forecast today is kind of a transition day. The showers are moving out. We're going to see sunshine by afternoon. 63 the high for today. How about 73 in the sunshine tomorrow? Friday, still mostly sunny, approaching 70, and then we'll look for some showers to develop on Saturday morning. Highs back to the mid-50s for Saturday. Right now it's 46 and partly sunny in Seattle.
Coming up, President Trump talked about a gang violence incident in Western Washington in a speech last night. We'll bring you details of that next on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Why are we even looking at new taxes? We don't want any new taxes.
Can we just get a state income tax and we just make it easy? How long are we going to keep doing this? We're 49th. We're the 49th most regressively taxed state. I know you're all tired of hearing that, but we're sitting here, we're picking and choosing. We're trying to get money from Peter to pay Paul. This is exhausting.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to do it, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign. And so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I'm Macy House with Bear Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Perungo, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
It's John Curley for Window Nation. You know, April is a great time to spruce up around the house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. You could pay nothing up until 2027, and they'll include a free entry door, too. Why do I trust Window Nation? Because they partner with Milgard in Tacoma to build top-quality windows to their highest standards, and they back them with a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
8:31 Wednesday morning. President Trump put the spotlight on King County during a rally to celebrate his first 100 days in office last night.
To highlight his immigration policy, the president talked about the brutal gang-related attack on a woman in Burien in January. We get more live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
This happened during Trump's rally in Michigan.
Just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Strendiragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand.
You might remember that case he's talking about. King County Sheriff's Captain Stan Sayo says in January, alleged Venezuelan gang members kidnapped a 58-year-old woman, then drove her around the state for several hours.
Kicking her, punching her, on top of, using a cordless power drill to drill her hand in order to get information from her.
Investigators say the suspects were trying to get the victim's personal and financial information to rob her. Eventually, they say the men threw her over a retaining wall on the side of I-90 in Kittitas County and then shot her. The suspects were recently arraigned. They're being held on $1 million bail. The victim is okay, by the way, amazingly, survived this. ICE agents have started the process now to take those 2 suspects, and there's been a third identified as well, trying to take them into federal custody when they can.
All right, Luke, getting national attention from the president now. It's 8:32. Pierce County leaders just passed a controversial immigration resolution. According to Como TV, it blocks most county help for federal immigration enforcement. After 5 hours of public testimony, the council voted 4-3 in favor. The policy bans county staff and money from helping with certain surveillance or registration programs. On one hand, you have council member Brian Yambe. He says it won't stop criminal investigations or valid warrants. But then you have Sheriff Keith Swank, who says it will hurt law enforcement partnerships. He says his department is independently elected, not under council control. Supporters say it helps immigrant families feel safer accessing local services.
An Auburn woman is now charged with vehicular homicide after a crash early Sunday morning killed her 12-year-old son. Authorities tell KIRO 7 the boy, who was not wearing a seatbelt, was thrown from the car when it hit a ditch. This happened on Southeast 416th Street between Enumclaw and Auburn. The impact sent the car flying 150 feet into the air. Police found an empty vodka bottle in the wreckage. They say the mother claimed her son's girlfriend was driving. No one else was at the scene.
King County voters will decide on a $1.4 billion parks levy coming in August. Seattle Times reports the county council passed the measure for the ballot. It will be on the ballot. It's more than the last levy, which cost $850 million. It would raise money for parks, trails, the zoo, and the aquarium. A homeowner with an $844,000 home would pay about $200 per year. Supporters say the money keeps parks open, clean, accessible for everyone. Executive Shannon Braddock says residents want more trails and green space. The levy has been renewed by voters every 6 years since 2003.
It's 8:34, and time to get back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And finally, some positive news for those of us stuck in the northbound I-5 drive approaching 512 in South Tacoma. The crash that was in the left-hand lane has cleared over to the Gore Point on the right-hand side. So all the lanes have reopened. So hopefully our travel time of an hour from Olympia into Tacoma will start coming down pretty significantly. So that's our one biggest issue. Westbound 512 is still pretty heavy through the scene because it was driving right into where that crash was. Now, we have a couple other little things to tell you about. For those of you trying to get from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90, we have our second crash of the morning kind of near Island Crest Way. This one's actually inside the Mercer Island lid in the left-hand lane, and we're backing up almost all the way across the island now. You're going to need about 35 minutes to make the drive from Bellevue over to Seattle. So we're definitely in the red by about 5 to 8 minutes. 520 is wide open. For those of you that use Lake City Way to get to I-5, we've got a crash in the ramp there so basically, you know how you go through that little tunnel there as you work your way onto southbound I-5, that little tunnel is closed because of this crash, and we're backed up almost all the way to about 95th now through Lake City Way, so that's a pretty heavy problem. Looking at the I-5 corridor through there, it's not too bad, but I-5 southbound away from Linwood's pretty heavy. Still have about an hour and 10 minutes from Everett to Seattle, hour and 10 from Everett to Bellevue. 45 to 50 minutes for Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway's picking up the pace just a bit. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Sun this afternoon, a high in the mid-60s, mid-70s, and sunny tomorrow. Might be the warmest day of the year so far. On Friday, we cool down a bit, but still sunny, highs in the upper 60s. This weekend, it looks like we might have a chance at showers on Saturday, highs in the low 50s, mid-50s, and cloudy on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, we have mostly cloudy skies where it's 45 at 8:36.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, the King County Prosecutor's Office just released its shots fired report for the first quarter of the year. And we get the details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
The King County Prosecutor's Office just released its shots fired report for the first quarter of 2025. And the news is encouraging. Here's King County Prosecuting Attorney Lisa Mannion.
We are seeing a continued decrease in gun violence. In fact, King County has just experienced the safest start to a new year that we've had in the past 5 years. Adult felony referrals are down 25% from 2019 to 2024. In that same period of time, we saw a 7% decrease in the number of auto vehicle theft referrals. We saw a 28% decrease in the number of adult burglary referrals, and we saw a 13% decrease in the number of referrals relating to serious assaults and other violent crimes.
In the first quarter of this year, 13 people died from gun violence, 47 others were injured, and 278 gunshots were fired. That's a 41% decrease from the first quarter of 2024.
We are building a safety net, and we are working together to address this problem in our community. Now, we still have work to do, but the signs are promising.
And there is still a lot of work to do, particularly when it comes to youth-related gun violence.
Nearly 12% of shooting victims were age 17 or younger. And we also know that the largest group of gun violence perpetrators are in the 18 to 24-year-old range. So definitely gun violence among young people is still a problem.
Mannion also says the reduction in shots fired is a team effort county-wide, and residents hopefully feel safer in their neighborhoods.
We have prosecutors and law enforcement, local government, and community-based nonprofits that are all working toward the same goal. How do we reduce gun violence? We want our community to know what we're seeing, and we want people to know that local government, prosecutors, and law enforcement are working together to tackle gun violence so that they can feel safer.
For Seattle's Morning News, James Lynch, KIRO Newsradio.
White House tells CBS News President Trump has not signed an executive order to fulfill his campaign promise to make tips non-taxable because he wants Congress to make the measure permanent. With the story, here's CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez in Las Vegas.
The hospitality industry is the driver, huge economic driver for this city. And so a lot of folks, with the cost of rent going up, grocery prices going up, they're living paycheck to paycheck for a lot of these folks. And so they've had to make cuts to their other sections of their budget to make it through. They're saying that if they were not to get taxed on tips, they could at least have the opportunity to save some money.
8:39 now. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the clearing crash on northbound I-5 in South Tacoma and look at what's going across I-90 into Seattle. We'll break it down for you next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It's 8:43. Over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And in the last 10 minutes, we have cleared all three of the problems that we are dealing with. I told you about how we cleared the crash on northbound I-5 at 84th coming up from South Tacoma, so that's good. The travel times come back down to 50 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. But we have also cleared the crash on Mercer Island inside the lid on westbound I-90. However, it is still very slow across Mercer Island, and there's also braking approaching I-5. So it's about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more, to go from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. Across 520, no problems. And we've also cleared the crash that was blocking the ramp from Lake City Way to southbound I-5. That's all over on the right-hand side now. So everything is kind of getting back to normal in terms of our lanes being blocked or whatnot. Overall, Federal Way to Seattle running right about an hour and 10 minutes. 40 of those minutes are from South Center. So when you hit the brakes at the West Seattle, so well before the West Seattle Bridge. And also I've heard from some of my little spies out there that Airport Way might actually be a viable option again, with maybe some of the construction for that bicycle lane, protected bike lane, being done. Someone went through it yesterday and said, maybe it's time. Just remember, you have one less lane and it's 35 miles an hour in there. I know, Charlie, you're quite interested in that. That was one of your favorite go-tos.
That was.
Back before the road diet.
Maybe you shouldn't bring that up. Ixnay on the Odre Iat Day.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Nice try.
I knew what you were saying. Rented to Bellevue. We've got about a 45-minute trip there, and the Valley Freeway is thinned out nicely. Back under 45 from end to end. Out of the north end, still about an hour and 5-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing for all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs. Stop freaking and call Beacon.
A little bit chilly to start the day. It's 46 right now, but we're headed for a sunny high of 63 for the afternoon. Tomorrow, still looking for highs into the 70s, 73 in Seattle with lots of sunshine. Friday looks nice too. We'll be around 68 on Friday, and then here come the showers just in time for the weekend, Saturday morning. Again, 46 in Seattle right now.
Katrina Gishard here now with headlines. Good morning, Katrina.
Good morning, Charlie. The FBI is looking into 3 different threats that put Cascade Medical Valley Hospital on lockdown in the past week. Skagit Regional Health says both the FBI and Arlington Police believe the threats are part of a larger operation targeting hospitals beyond Washington State. The hospital says it has more security now, remains open, and continues to accept patients. Starbucks says it's filling orders faster. According to the Wall Street Journal, Starbucks says it's testing tech at a dozen locations, and it's shaving 2 minutes off the average wait time for a drink made inside the cafes. Starbucks says 3/4 of orders during its busiest times were completed in 4 minutes or less. Starbucks will expand the pilot to more locations as it looks to recapture lost sales. And Seattle is officially joining the Professional Women's Hockey League. The league just announced its second expansion franchise, adding Seattle alongside Vancouver for the 2025-26 season. The team will play at Climate Pledge Arena, home of the NHL's Kraken.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
As long as we're talking sports, let's talk about the Mariners, because Jorge Polanco is on fuego.
And that means in Spanish, on fuego.
On fire.
Oh.
Right?
Well, G. Scott will drop by and talk about it next on Seattle's Morning News.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order.
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
See the new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort, and they start at just $80,000. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Jazz Alley welcomes the Joey Alexander Trio and special guest trumpeter Theo Croker. Live May 1st through May 4th, featuring Chris Funn on bass and Jonathan Barber on drums. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us now, G. Scott from the G and Ursula Show. 2 home runs yesterday.
What? Polo. They call him Polo. That's Jorge Polanco had 2 home runs. Jorge Polanco has been on fire this season.
I just said that.
At the beginning of the season, Amanda, guess what happened?
What?
He had a pivot moment. I always talk about life. There's pivot moments that you listening right now, there are moments in your life you're like, things change, or I pivoted this way when this happened. Jorge Polanco and his wife, they had a baby at the beginning of the season. And he came in and has been on fire ever since. Let's talk about these red hot Mariners that started off 3-7, right? Over the last 16 games, my boys are 12-4 right now. They have 42 home runs on the season. Stop right there.
I'm stopping.
Remember when all the baseball experts said, oh, but the Mariners, they didn't address the bats. They didn't address the bats. Now they third in a Major League Baseball with 42 home runs. Cal Raleigh, batting number 3 all the time, the catcher, who they just signed to a $100 million deal, is leading the team with 10 home runs. He's on pace right now to hit 58 home runs. Dylan Moore, you can't love what he's been doing in Jorge Polanco. And even though Julio Rodriguez isn't on the bats like that, he is walking a lot. So right now, the Mariners lead the league in being walked. So this Mariners team is fun. By the way, today, Angels afternoon, ballpark, T-Mobile Park, $10 value tickets. Come on now. You can't even get a quarter pounder with cheese for $10.
Here's what I'm watching now, and I'm curious what you think, because what happens a lot with the Mariners over the years historically is they will have these hot streaks, and then is this year different?
You see, baseball, this Mariners team, and the reason, because people keep asking me, like, why do you love this Mariners team so much?
Yeah.
Because it's a microcosm of life. Right? Sometimes when things are going great, there's a lot of people who says, well, things are going good. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. I'm just waiting to have that bad day. Instead, hey, you might want to enjoy it when it's good, right? If you are a Mariner fan, quit waiting for the shoe to drop. Just enjoy this.
It's fun.
Over the last 16 games, if you have missed out on that, why? Because you think things are going to go bad? That's how life works. You have ups and down. Sometimes things are good, sometimes things are bad, but you just roll with it. You go back and you just seize the day. Now, I asked a question at the beginning, I'll ask again. Do you and can you think of a pivot moment in your life where things change and you went another direction because of a moment in your life?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, give it to me. I want to hear it.
In January, I took over as host of Seattle's Morning News.
And this is my 3rd week here. So, I'd call that a bit of a pivot.
Right? Yeah. Pivot moments, right? Sully, when was yours?
Yeah, I don't know.
When Tommy left the house?
No, it's probably when I made the decision that, okay, if I'm not going to leave Portland because I better do it now or I'm not going to.
And that was
And I did.
23
That was 21
years ago? 21?
Tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Is it?
Happy anniversary
Yeah,
almost.
May 1st? Yeah, well, I guess my career in Seattle is legal to drink tomorrow.
So, again, I always love, I don't know, I think sports a lot of times are a microcosm of life, and I think I really relate to the Mariners, and the reason why is going into this season.
Wait, you didn't say what your pivot moment was.
When my dad died. Yeah, that my life changed. 2016, it was the first time in my life where I don't have that one person in my life that literally wanted me to be better than them. Like every piece of advice, the way he talked to me, the way he showed me things was all with the goal of making me better than him. You don't get too many of those people in your life. Like you might have friends that are happy for you. You might have family that are happy for you, but you don't usually have people that talk to you and they're talking to you saying, hey, I want you to be better than me. So when he passed, that was my moment. I grew up. I grew up right there, right away. So that was my pivot moment. I didn't mean to make them sappy and everything like that, but the Mariners.
I was going to say, go Mariners.
go Mariners. Get on over there. And listen, if Manda Factor and Charlie Harger and Sully, if you guys go to a game again,
make sure we leave early. Because
I didn't leave early last
that's
time.
Right.
Remember?
That's right.
Amanda, I was going to say stay. Charlie, I just want to say I looked at the video.
Yeah.
You look very athletic.
What can I say?
Someone else said he looks like a chef.
I did a 5-minute wall sit on a video with Brock Hewlett. What can I say? I'm just kind of a jock, I guess.
We looked awesome, didn't we?
Yeah.
I did a 5 minutes worth of planking.
You see the handshake? Man, did you see the handshake?
It was the whitest handshake in
I'm
America.
going to show you when I get off the video.
See awesome.
I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
When Yvonne Drago tells you to do something, you do it, right?
You do.
Yeah, so check it out. That's up on Seattle Sports, and I think it's at mynorthwest.com
yes, it
somewhere.
Is. I've watched it.
Yeah, great. Looking at the drive now, we are definitely getting better. I'm going to start with the Lake Bridges, though. We're still struggling across I-90. We had 2 crashes there right near Island Crest Way as we work our way across Mercer Island. Still about 30 minutes to go from Bellevue over to Seattle. 25 minutes on 520. Definitely seeing brake lights over Portage Bay now. Looking at northbound I-5, getting much better through the scene of that earlier crash at 84th in South Tacoma. Back down to about 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, and Federal Way to Seattle's getting closer to an hour. So that's actually pretty decent. Coming down from the north end, we're 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, so that's a vast improvement, but still an hour from Everett to Bellevue, 45 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, and back up to 45 from Puyallup up to Renton. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, that is, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
Well, it is going to be a nice day for some baseball. Well, it'll be sunny by afternoon, 63 the high for today, warming up to 73 tomorrow. Right now it's 46 in Seattle.
Coming up, it's the G and Ursula show. They're just getting warmed up now. This is KIRO News Radio.
She's local.
I grew up in Olympia.
She's experienced.
I've been very lucky to be in Seattle for 23 years.
Now, Manda Factor is home on KIRO News Radio.
This is where I want to be. It's where I've always wanted to be.
Experience matters. Experience for yourself. Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. Every morning 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
What do you get when you assemble 50 manufacturers with over 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get an RV buyer's dream. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700.